What's the new Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes doing over there?
Cluttering my desk.
Don't you know you could win $2 million?
Those contests aren't for real.
That's what we used to think.
But this check is real.
It's just a big come on.
That's what I used to think.
Do you know what this side could mean to you? Millions of dollars. So stop making excuses. Enter the one and only Publishers Clearinghouse sweepstakes.
There's no place like our house.
Come on, send it in.
When you send a package to Europe, do you get that sinking feeling that it could be anywhere? Here, there, out of your hands, lost? Well, now Federal Express is going to Europe. We'll make sending a package there as easy and reliable as it is here. 2-day service to London, Frankfurt, Zurich, Brussels, Amsterdam, and Paris. On our own planes. Now that you know Federal Express is going to Europe, why fool around with anyone else?
The way I look at it, I've kept my mouth shut long enough.
One bite of steak and you won't open your mouth for ordinary fast food again. New steak fajitas. Real steak, real fast.
Oh, and another thing.
Taco Bell, the only real choice. Now get a fajita and a medium drink for only $1.99 at Taco Bell.
Tonight, I, Dr. Frankenstuff, reveal my greatest invention. I tunneled deep into juicy Hormel Franks and stuffed them so with rich Hormel chili.
What do you call them, Master?
What else but Frankenstuff?
Speeding in fluids and minerals. Supplying energy to working muscles. Nothing cuts through your thirst like Gatorade.
Channel 5, Cable 6, Kids TV.
Never will eyeshadow ever be the same again. Revlon revolutionizes eyeshadow with Customize, a new kind of compact you can fill and refill with Revlon shadows you choose. Just the gorgeous Revlon colors you want to have. Customize your eye look with the great new compact you fill and refill with Revlon colors you choose. New Customize by Revlon. Revlon, the difference between looking good and looking great.
Recently, we conducted a little test with a singer in New York and a vase in LA to prove that the sound quality of U.S. Sprint's fiber optic lines is as pure as we say. It's never been done like this. Over the phone. Coast to coast.
We did it, New York! Great, California!
Call now and save with U.S. Sprint, builders of the first and only 100% digital fiber optic network, and share our smashing success.
Apache. There's nothing hotter in the air or on the ground for Jack Holt, Army crew chief.
The Apache's got advanced everything, like a TV for target acquisition. The gunner aims just by moving his head. Talk about hot. This bird can make tracks at 200 miles an hour. Now that's cool. No, that's hot.
Find the future in the Army.
Now there's a new lilt that makes silky body easier. A new lilt that makes soft waves easier. A new lilt that makes the difference easier. It's new lilt with built-in conditioners. Now perming and conditioning with no extra steps. For long-lasting, easy care hair. Go ahead. New lilt with conditioners makes the difference even easier.
Look at that. What a hug.
Get a load of him.
Well, there's a super party animal. His
name is Buzz McKenzie. With a beach in sight and a cold Bud Light, he's in the party frenzy.
He's Spuds McKenzie, one party-loving, happening dude.
Go, Spuds, go, Spuds, go.
Bye, Spuds. Call me.
Go, Spuds, go.
Who's that? The life of the party, that's who.
There's a super party animal. His name is Spuds McKenzie. When the sun shines bright on a cold Bud Light, he's in a party frenzy.
He's Spuds McKenzie, the posh pooch of pop culture.
Go, Spuds, go.
Spuds, you're an animal.
Go, Spuds, go.
I'm not ready to go yet, okay? I'm not ready. You gotta wait. I got shit to do. I'm in the middle of something, all right? Just hold on.
Watch your mouth or don't come in here.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah, people, come on, we're adults here. You know what? What is the point?
Yeah, we're adults here. I got a fucking Burger King fucking thing on my head. We're all fucking adults here, guys. People in my chat, 2 words. What are they? 2 words. Let me see the chat flood. Let me see the chat flood. 2 words. Okay. Next caller. Please. Let's get into the meat and potatoes, which translate in American to dick and balls.
I got flip-flops. These are my flip-flops. Yeah, I really like my flip-flops because I can put them on. Because look, watch me put them on. I can put them on all by myself. Watch me put them on. Look, are you watching? Look, these are my flip-flops.
Thanksgiving Day. I remember it clearly. It was Thanksgiving Day. I was inserting myself in somebody else's fucking business as a cash grab, and you know.
This channel is harsh reality. Karen Yak se jodió la sucia vida. Amen.
This is Jonathan Lee Bridges. I have cheeseburgers. I'm gonna put cheese on them. I'm gonna make sure that I have my hamburgers because I'm a big boy now and I can make the hamburgers. My mom lets me use the stove now.
And I'm just like, wow, I like receipts, and they brought receipts. They had evidence to back up everything they said. And I'm like, okay, well, there's got to be another side to this, right? Like, this can't, no, this is too fantastic.
Yeah, because you're not going to just jump to the conclusion that there's a conspiracy amongst cops to cover up a murder. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, cops and just, like, soccer moms and shit. Like, even crazier. Like,
yeah, get it, Betty. Yeah,
did you have a close relationship with your mom?
Get it, Betty.
Oh, of course, I still do.
Yeah.
My older sister was kind of sad. She was more of the prissy girl that likes going.
That is the best shit fucking
shopping for dresses with mommy. I was the, tomboy that liked playing with the people.
Shout out to Cherry for just being easily the most faithful and loyal supporter that I've ever had. That someone could have that tenacity with loyalty. And I'm really blessed to have someone like Cherry be part of this channel and in my life. So it means a lot. And yes, I named him after Mr. T and Rocky. Say, woman. Say, woman. Say, woman. Since your old man ain't got no heart, why don't you come down to my apartment tonight and I'll show you a real man. Oh my God, I'm so in love with this little dude. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and wrap this one up. I love you guys very, 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 very much. And we will do this again very soon, my friends. Oh, say bye. Say bye. Oh, I love you too. Give me a kiss. I love you. Bye, guys. Woo! People, happy Saturday. Oh my goodness, people. Oh, yeah. I got a good feeling about this one. You see Clover in the background, y'all? Clover Clover is he's got his space cadet gear on, but he's a tough little dude, man. Like the dude had his nuts snipped. He whined like the first day, and then now he just wants to like do everything normal. But he's being chill. He's just laying there now. I mean, he can't really chew on anything because he needs his paws to like, but the cone thing like blocks him. But he's chilling, man. He's doing all right. So what's going on, y'all? Tonight should be fun. There's a couple of things I want to go over. Tonight's a fucking petty stream, bro. That's what tonight is. Okay. I just want to be totally transparent with you folks. Is tonight is full on petty stream. Okay. We're just gonna like just have fun and talk shit. Because this is yeah, and you know, as you could probably tell, I'm feeling pretty good. Had a still I I still had the gummy left over from the gym, still going, and then and then I ate another one out of fear that it would wear off, and I'm almost regretting it, but not really. Not really. So yeah, we're gonna have some fun tonight, folks. So it's been an interesting day on Twitter. We're gonna go over some Twitter stuff, but and we're gonna go over Plevin's latest stream. And yeah, we're gonna definitely enjoy our evening together, folks. And I want to thank you guys for joining me so late. Oh, look, Olivia's in the chat. What's up, Olivia? And Kay Rochelle, I haven't seen you in a minute. And hello to everyone else. It's great to see you guys. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight. This is should be fun. Now, let me go into our first thing that we're going to talk about. There's this person who I used to, when I covered Betty a lot, I used to use her clips because I like clip channels, and I always say blessed are the clip channels because they basically give us cliff notes and summaries, and then certain things about this one clip channel goes by the name of Heels in the Air. Now, the interesting thing about Heels in the Air is that she's a racist cunt. And we had a falling out because I called her a racist cunt on someone's platform, on someone's panel. And I don't regret calling her a racist cunt. because that's exactly what she is. And she kind of like Turtle Boy wrote blogs, but unlike Turtle Boy, wrote really racist blogs that would target victims, families of Black victims, Trayvon Martin being one of them. She wrote an open letter to Trayvon, which was just one of the most disgusting things I've ever read. And she's since deleted these blogs because she doesn't want to be tied to them. But the internet's forever. It just is. And now she's decided, now she is a minion for another cunty channel. And that, Clever, you can't have that, buddy. Hold on one second, guys. That had to be done. He found my donut box. I mean, it's empty, but it had like chocolate stuck to it, and dogs can't have chocolate, so I had to get it from him before he started to lick it. So, yeah, another cunty channel. The cunty channel that beat him, bitched him, as we like to call him here, is a minion of as well. And, well, these people are just notoriously wrong about Turtle Boy and about the Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case in general. It's like they're allergic to research. So this Heels in the Air person decided to chime in on the John O'Keefe, well, on the Plevin and Sean on the Gulf interaction. And so this is going to be fun because it's pretty short. I'm going to have the first part muted because she has like this music, and I don't know if I don't want to get dinged copyright on it, but let's just get past the, and I actually like the song better. She had this other song that was really annoying, but I like this one better. All right, so let's have a listen here. And she hates me, and rightfully so, because I continue to call her and refer to her as a racist cunt. So now she made this video.
To keep interrupting me, I'm gonna have to let you go because I can't take it more. You're interrupting me. I can't even finish a fucking sentence, dude. Shut the fuck up. Access to Karen's discovery evidence, but I don't. And the state's not leaking it. We're not going to see it till trial.
There was no evidence at the scene. They knew it. And now you have the real picture where they
You're making stuff up, dude. You're just making stuff up. I mean, I can tell you right now. I can tell you right now. I'll put another $100 down. This is easy money. And I'm telling you right now, I'll die on that hill, Kev. What hill are you going to die on? That she's guilty? You're gonna die on that hill, or are you gonna? I'm not gonna die on any hill. I'm not connected to this case.
You know why, Kevin?
Plevin's so mad.
You have no stake in this. You can walk away because you don't give a shit. I do.
All right. I gotta remove him. I'm sorry, guys. I tried to
telling him to shut the fuck up, telling a grown man. So here, of course, you know, she mocks me because she plays the Star Spangled Banner in the background as I explain why Sean in the least most minimum way deserves at least respect for the career that he had. So I explain this, and of course she mocks it, like the well, let me not. I was gonna go political, and let me just not. But yeah, who has seen shit that you should be thanking the good Lord that you never had to see. I stand by this. Now, hold on. She says here, speaking of which, tune in tomorrow. I will show you Sean's biggest bullshit story of all. So now she wants to just latch on to Sean because I've seen her floating. Well, I haven't seen her. I've seen people refer to her because she has to be blocked. But she hangs around Plevin's chat. Someone who has picked up a weapon and face things that you should never have to. And you can't even give them that minimum amount of respect. You have to tell a guy like that who's trying to explain to you that based on my experience, like, I have reason to believe that this is a cover-up. Now, here, this is where it gets fun. Why did Kevin tell Squirrel Bait to shut up? Okay, so she's already, I mean, just deliberately being disrespectful to Sean for no valid reason, because all he does is manufacture nonsense. So she's saying that Sean doesn't make any sense. So all of us who, I mean, the thousands of people who have been watching Sean and listening to his live streams and the experts that he's had on panel with him, it's just all nonsense, right? It's just all nonsense. Now, you have to expect this from someone who thinks that Karen Read is guilty, especially someone who clearly has not familiarized themselves with this case, as you'll see here.
Brian Higgins was clocked in at Canton Police Department at 1:30 a.m. on 1/29/22. Wouldn't he still be drunk?
Of course. Listen.
Okay. How the fuck would he know this? Well, if you actually educated yourself on the case, of course he would still be drunk after 1:30 a.m. They've been drinking. They were at a funeral. They came back. They were drinking some more. Of course he would still be drunk at 1:30 a.m. I mean, now, if she had familiarized herself with the case, she wouldn't ask such a stupid question in that caption right there, like, how the fuck would he know this? That's how he would know this, because it's common sense. Anybody would know this, because if you're drinking all day and then you and then it's 1:30 a.m. and you're still up, then yes, you're still intoxicated. Of course you're still intoxicated.
Okay, so as a federal agent, listen, I'm going to tell you right now, and listen, he's not that guy. I can tell you right now. He's a playboy. I don't know why he thinks he's a playboy. He's full of shit, all right? He didn't go in to clock in, all right? He didn't go in to clock in. That's a bunch of bullshit. He went in to get the phone calls going. He knew those cell phones were going to be lit up like a Christmas tree. They all do that. They're smart, right?
Now, here she is saying nothing this man says makes sense to anyone with a brain. I mean, it made sense to me. It made perfect sense to me.
Listen, I mean, technology now, they go to the training. They know what's going on. He goes in there to get the ball rolling, right? He makes the phone calls. He's getting Berkowitz online. He's waking up the whole thing. Right? I talk to thousands of people every day. I had a theory that when this shit happened, Julie Nagel freaked.
Yeah. Now listen close. This is where it gets fun.
Theory that when this shit happened, Julie Nagel freaked.
Yeah.
And called her brother and said, I need to get the fuck out of here. Get down here now.
Yeah.
And I think Brian said to Jen, get those fucking kids in a corner. No one's leaving. Right. And so she said, I called my brother. He says, get rid of that kid. She goes out real quick and comes back in. Right. I think she's got reason to cooperate. And you know something?
Shut the fuck up.
A perfectly sound theory. A perfectly sound theory. Now, what is here? She says she could not have witnessed John in the house, dead or alive. Julie Nagel's brother arrived at the same time as Karen and John. Right. She got that part right. Here she says Julie Nagel's.
Yeah. And I think Brian said to Jen, get those fucking kids in a corner. No one's leaving. Right. And so she said, I called my brother. He says.
She says she could not have witnessed John in the house, dead or alive. So here she is assuming that Julie Nagel pulled up at the same time, pulled up with Ryan Nagel. Because if you actually familiarize yourself with this case, you know that Julie Nagel called Nagel because she was already in the house, which makes Sean's theory perfectly sound. Because at the timeline where this took place, they're like, that's it. Get rid of this motherfucker. You know what I mean? Get rid of your brother. Because some shit had already happened. So if she had known this, well, then we wouldn't be sitting here talking about this.
Get rid of that kid. She goes out real quick and comes back in. Right. I think she's got reason to cooperate. And you know something?
Shut the fuck up.
I mean, so these are the types of people who are talking about this case. And instead of listening to an experienced investigator who actually knows these documents, because the whole thing that Plevin and Sean were arguing about was that how could Sean know whether or not they did a reconstruction or investigated the crime scene? Like, we're going to get into that because I believe Plevin talks about this, which is going to be fun. But at this point, I gotta say that Plevin is losing his shit because his Twitter is fantastic. Hold on. Okay, hold on a second. Okay, here we go. Okay. So we're just going to randomly look through some of this stuff. Okay. We're just going to randomly look through some of these things. I'm not going to read these long-winded bullshit things that he's got going on. But now I will address this thing. I think Mike from the Young Jerks already cleared this up and said he didn't need to show this because his post pretty much admits what he's got, which is I have never spoken to Elizabeth. So supposedly there were these phone calls or these contacts between Plevin and Elizabeth Proctor, Michael Proctor's wife. And Elizabeth Proctor is she's apparently a witness in this case. I don't know how. And she's allegedly, when people started to ask her questions or say things on social media, she decided to call their jobs and talk to their bosses and try to get them fired. So, I mean, real becoming of a state trooper's wife, especially the lead investigator on such a high profile case. Apparently he had these conversations with Elizabeth Proctor, and then he says that I'll just read it. I have never spoken to Elizabeth Proctor on the phone or communicated by text or email or any way other than a handful of Facebook messages. I've never deleted any. I reviewed them today, and she never even hinted to any information regarding the case. she talked about the mob harassing her. She did admit Jen came to visit her, that the day the pic of the Jeep was taken, I was critical. She blocked months later. She wished me luck with my treatments. There's simply no story, but nothing can stop people from making stuff up. Yeah, tell me about it, Plevin. There's no message of me saying she gave me anything. There is a private message of me telling Crawford that I managed, that would be Mike Young Jerks, to get a single vague question through to him through another contact. He revealed the state does in fact have an accident reconstruction theory by saying yes. Look, he's even using this tweet to like stick on this accident reconstruction theory, which is really moot. It's bullshit. It probably seems like a silly question, but I was wondering if he might say something like, we're working on it. He didn't. He just said yes. End of communications. Okay, so I mean, here's the thing about that. Like, my opinion on Plevin talking to Elizabeth Proctor is I don't give a shit. It would make me a hypocrite if I defend Turtle Boy for doing the same thing. I mean, that's a fact. You know what I mean? Plevin can talk to whoever the fuck he wants. You know, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh my God, but I'm going to call him a fucking hypocrite though. Because if he's trying to make it seem like it's somehow nefarious for Turtle Boy to talk to people like Karen Reed, well, then it's nefarious for him to be talking to Elizabeth Proctor. But I don't think there's anything nefarious about it. So, I mean, I defend his reasons for talking to Elizabeth Proctor for the same reasons that I defend Turtle Boy's reasons for talking to Karen Reed. I mean, at the end of the day, Plevin, no matter how small of a YouTube channel he has, no matter how few people listen to him on Twitter, well, the fact is he's still in some way, shape, or form an independent journalist. He has freedom of the press just the same as anybody, is the point. So, I mean, he has his First Amendment rights. If we're out here defending people's First Amendment rights, well, then you have to defend Plevin's too. Sorry, guys. I mean, for those of you who don't like what I'm saying, there's just no denying this. This is a fact. Now, when he straight lies, unless they're just opinions, you know, but when he straight lies and lies about other people, well, then that's different, you know, but that could be a civil thing. And then you have Grant, whether you like it or not, also has First Amendment rights. But the thing is about Grant is, here's the thing about Grant, is to listen to anything that Grant says at this point. If you put anything into what Grant says at this point, you are either a blithering idiot or a cunt or both. Because Grant so obviously just makes things up out of thin air and posts these videos of him yelling these things out that he's grabbing out of thin air out into the street in public like a mad person. So again, if you're taking anything that Grant says seriously and take his reporting seriously, well, then again, you are either a blithering idiot, a cunt, or both. Because you have to know. You have to know. Like, if you can't, again, like, if you can see that Grant is pulling things out of the sky and calling it news, absolutely asinine, crazy shit, accusing people of anti-Semitism and all kinds of madness. Like, if you see him doing this and you support it when you know that it's coming out of the sky and it's total bullshit, well, then that makes you a cunt. And if you don't see it for what it is and you're fooled by it, well, then you're a blithering idiot. You have to be a blithering idiot. You have to be. I mean, I have no more of a candid way of describing my opinion on that. And this is a constant thing with these people. They just spew out nonsense and accuse people of spewing out nonsense, which is really, really ironic. It's fascinating. It's fascinating. Oh my goodness, Suzanne. No, you did not do this.
Get the.
Oh.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super dad. I think we got a.
Suzanne, thank you so much. Plevin has the right to prove that he is a C-wad. Agreed. Agreed. Thank you so much, Suzanne. Dude, yeah. And this is a constant thing. Then you got this dickhead that I keep clashing with on Twitter named I think it's Brian Riccio or something like that. I don't know who the fuck this guy is. Let me explain something to you guys. Everybody that I talk about here, like, I don't take this shit personally, you know? Like, I just don't take it personally. Like, I don't get upset. I don't know these people, you know? That's why it's fun. I don't know these people. I don't give a fuck that they make things up about me, and I just don't care. But it's fun because here's the thing is also, and for those of you watching on Twitter, I appreciate it. Thank you. If you could come on over here and hit the like or subscribe if you have not already on my YouTube channel. Because I'm going to tell you guys something. I don't give a fuck about Twitter. I don't give a rat's fucking ass about Twitter. If they fucking delete my account on Twitter, I don't give a shit. I barely used it ever before this case. Like, I have gotten to a point where I am strictly just using it just to trash talk idiots. You know? Like, you've got this dude and he's bragging, he's talking shit about Mike being a dog walker. Like, this is where these people go. This is what's really funny. This is supposed to be about whether or not Karen Reed is innocent, but these people never post anything that makes any sense in regards to the case. And most of the time they don't post anything in regards to the case. So a guy like this Brian guy, he just goes for stupid personal jabs. And then he takes a jab at Mike's very honest job. You know, like, that's the thing is, like, you sound like a complete and utter fucking dickwad when you trash talk someone's honest job. I don't give a fuck how much money they make or don't make. If they have an honest job, if they get up at a certain time and go to that fucking job and put in their all for that job and earn their fucking check, that is respectable. That is called a work ethic, and that is respectable. It's an honest day's work. And as far as I'm concerned, he's a business owner. You know what I mean? Like, and then this guy, he's trash talking this, and then he starts bragging about being a fucking do-boy for famous people. Like, oh, fucking congratulations, buddy. Fucking congratulations. You're a fucking do-boy for people that actually matter, right? Good for you, dude. Like, that gives you leverage to talk shit about someone else's fucking job. That you fucking drove somebody around because they were too fucking famous to drive themselves around. Ooh. You know? Like, whose toilet did you clean? Great. You know whose toilet I clean? Mine. You know what I'm saying? Like, and if I did clean somebody else's fucking toilet for a living, dude, I would hold my head up fucking high. That's an honest job, dude. Like, that's nothing to fucking talk down on somebody for. So you don't, all I'm saying is your job, great. If it was an honest job, right on. But you don't get to shit talk somebody else's honest job. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, it just tells me what you're all about. It tells me everything I need to know about people like this. You know what I'm saying? These kind of things that they post, they're just nasty jabs and mistruths, rumors that they hear about people and just blast them, and that's all they do, and they don't make any fucking sense ever in regards to the actual case that has supposedly split people. I'm not split with nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not on anybody's side. You know, I'm on the side of getting to the truth. I've told you guys many times. Tomorrow, who knows, fucking Tuesday, I might hear something that makes me go, holy shit, I think Karen Reed's fucking guilty. It might happen. I don't think it'll happen, but it's possible. You know what I'm saying? There hasn't been a trial. These proceedings are still going and going and going. Who the fuck knows what this federal investigation uncovered? If it uncovered anything, I don't know any of this shit. I reserve my right to change my motherfucking mind based on the things that I'm made aware of. I'm not on nobody's fucking side. And it's just so funny to see people like acting like they're, you know, and refer to things as the other side. You know what I mean? It's like so bizarre. It's a case. You don't know nobody involved in it. I don't know nobody involved in it. And you can start making shit up about somebody kicking a dog. Like, what? Like, it's fascinating, dude. It's just fascinating to see, like, the logic. And these people just have no self-awareness in their behavior. That's why I just don't give a shit and I'll just call them cunts. Because they are. I mean, if you're just going to use the internet to just blast trash, well, then you're a fucking cunt. You know, if that's literally all you're using it for, you live to do that. You live to just sit there on Twitter and trash talk people. You just live to just sit there on Twitter and hate people. Like, that's the fucking bane of your existence. That's what makes you a cunt. And you don't even realize it. You're not a cunt because I say you're a cunt. You're a cunt because you live off fucking shitting all over people on the internet, hating them. That's a fucking disorder, bro. Like, if you live to just sit there and just fucking hate people on the internet, dude, you've got a fucking disorder. There's something seriously wrong with you. It's fascinating, dude. So that's why I'm just like, fuck you. You people suck. You're the biggest fucking losers on the planet. Sitting there worried about someone's fucking past. Like, you can't just simply do a little bit of research and actually have a conversation with somebody. It's like, that's too much. You'd rather dig into who they are in the past and make this judgment and just throw that every time somebody makes sense. Like, it's so fascinating that you have no idea how fucked up that is. So Plevin, so Plevin, let me see give me a second here. So Plevin, I had to take a screenshot of it. So I made this comparison, right, of like Brian Albert and Plevin, And I mean, they've got some pretty distinct features. You know, like the shapes of their heads is fucking identical, bro. You know what I mean? Like the space between their eyes, kind of. You know, there's a lot here to indicate a resemblance. Is all I'm saying. I'm not saying they're related. I'm just saying, man, it's pretty interesting. You know, just an observation. That's all it was. And Plevin responds, not sure if anyone has told you, Will, but I am heterosexual. Sorry. He said, not sure if anyone has told you, Will, but I am heterosexual. Sorry. Dude, I just laughed my ass off when I saw that. And then of course I added this GIF. Super straight. He likes heroes. He's straight, but he likes heroes. He's a hero man. He's an absolute hero man.
Gay!
I can't with this dude, man. Like, and then he just continues. He goes with this. Hold on, I've got to read the comments here. So here we got just all of the replies. Not sure if anyone has told you, Will, but I'm a heterosexual. Sorry. There's Mike, and then here's this.
Sergeant Albert cut his teeth as a Marine in Operation Desert Storm.
And Albert.
He views his work back in Boston as equally important. And he knows it's just as dangerous.
What's up, Dave?
In order to make the cases on the suspects who are selling drugs, you have to have...
in order to make the cases of the suspects who are selling drugs, I have to dig into my private stash and plant the drugs. Is how we do it here in Canton, just so you know.
Undercover police officers actually going out, posing as buyers. Take care, brother.
Okay, that's it.
Sergeant Albert cut his teeth.
Sergeant Albert cut his teeth. Some people are like, no, it doesn't look, they don't look alike. Some people are saying that they were texting him the whole time, the Alberts. Again, I mean, does it make him kind of shady? Yeah, sure. But I mean, he's free to fucking talk to whoever the fuck he wants. My point being, you'll never see me put too much into that. You know what I mean? You'll never see me put too much into whether or not Plevin is talking to people involved in this case. I really don't give a shit. Look at all these, everybody's like, wow. And then you got this Andrea Vickers twat. This lady has fucking had a hard on for me ever since like fucking before I even had Cherry as a moderator. Like we're talking like 3 years. We're talking like 3 years. This lady's had a hard on for me. Because of the Michael Long or the Michael Long case. So here she goes. So two good men who have accomplished more than you. So she's talking about Brian Albert and Plevin. So two good men who have accomplished more than you, which isn't saying much because the guy begging on the corner has accomplished more than you. When Karen Reed is convicted and Turtle Boy is convicted, what will you grift on next? What degenerate will you defend? Will Mike be out of prison yet? Like, this is what I'm talking about. That right there is a cunt. You know what I mean? Like, this is somebody who just sits there on the internet just obsessed with finding reasons to hate people and just hate them via the internet. Like, how fucking sad is your life that this is what you do? This is what defines your existence, is you being like, I know who you are. I've been following you on the internet since you blah, 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 blah. I mean, that's unbelievable that these people are they lack such self-awareness. And again, like, they don't, there's nothing in regards to the case. And then, okay, let's just get to all right. Clover, what are you doing, buddy? All right, I'm going to play this fast because...
Chapin, hi. DeAndre. Yes, almost over. March 12th is, what's that, Tuesday? Big day. We'll have it on here. We'll be streaming in here. And I don't interfere with any of those hearings. You won't even see me. You just come on the channel and I'll come on and talk afterwards, or if there's a break. But other than that, you won't see me. I won't interfere at all. And we'll have it on here. Let's try and not flip out tonight. Well, there's no one on here to provoke me, so and chat won't do it either. Somebody came out in the comment, Kevin is a coward. I always get a kick out of these people. I'm up here giving you my opinion. You're firing shots in chat. I'm here with
no accountability. Now, mind you, folks, I have not listened to this yet. I clicked on it for like a second while I was at the gym, but I have not listened to this yet. I like to do reactions, so
the channel, putting my opinion out there, taking on a mob, but I'm the coward. You guys might want to rethink that. Judy, good to see you. As you know that, as always, I hope Marlene is doing well. Worcester chick. I knew a lot of Worcester chicks when I owned a bar in Worcester.
I mean,
Caitlin, good to see you.
Here's
as
the
always.
thing.
Coffee, Kristen.
Here's the thing, Plevin. Let me explain something to you, because here you are. You're saying that you're not a coward because you take on a mob. And in a way, that's true. I'm going to tell you why that's not something that excuses you from being a coward. You're a coward because someone was trying to educate you on something and you couldn't handle it. And you had a temper tantrum and booted him off your panel. And this is a guy who just simply knows more than you do. I mean, he simply just does. And you booted the guy off. So this is why people are calling you a coward, because this mob that you're discussing, like, sure, you address the mob, but you're in a position to where the mob doesn't really address you back. Not really. I mean, Twitter posts don't count. Being in your chat doesn't count. Having a conversation with someone and allowing them to speak, that's a lot less cowardly. But you didn't do that. You brought him up, acting brave, and when you thought you were going to have all of these gotcha aha moments, and they didn't work out that way, you threw a temper tantrum. You threw a fit. And here, you're not taking any accountability for it. Nah, I lost my temper a little bit. I mean, nothing like that. Just I don't have someone up here to provoke me right now. Like, dude.
Excellent. And Julie, welcome as always. Hillbilly Nitro, good to see you. Just looking through to see if there's any other. Good to see all the regulars back, and we can kind of talk peacefully here. Kelly Hannon. She comes in to attack Dave for some reason, and basically attacking me for being friends with Dave.
Hillbilly Nitro used to be a supporter of this channel.
And like, he just seems to want to go the opposition. Like, he has nothing. He's one of these people who just wants to call out any sign of any possible hypocrisy, but has nothing to contribute as far as the case goes. Nobody ever really does, which is really funny. Nobody who is claiming that Karen Reed is guilty has anything valid to say, ever.
Okay, I think she's going to crush or something. I mean, when you have obsessions at that level, it can only be a crush. Elaine, good to see you. BL, heels in the air, thank you for the support. Thank you, appreciate it. Really do. Antiquated Rogue is always good to see you, my man. And Mock LaRock says, what up, the Karen Reed cult is dead, but walking. Yep. All right. Maddie. I don't know if that's Natalie from California, but hi. It probably is. Hi, Nat. How you doing? Good to see you. I don't
Plevin was like,
in chat before.
Plevin was like, heels in the air. Good to see you. But really what he meant.
Boy, cunt.
She's from Los Angeles. Yep. All right. So everybody, thanks for being here. Let's just get started. We got some things to go over there, some clips, and I'm going to go over the episode I did with Sean the other day in a fair way, in a self-critical way. The part of me and Sean was only about 15-20 minutes, so we'll speed through it. But I think there's some interesting stuff that we can take for it, as painful it is for me to watch it. And it will be a little bit painful for a couple of reasons. So the first step to knowing the truth is actually wanting the truth. Of course, everyone thinks they want the truth, but it's more complicated than that. So do we want the truth, or is this all just a diversion? The latter is okay. Everyone has their own personal problems in their own life, and YouTube is just a diversion. I get it. I watch more YouTube than I do Netflix, so I get it. However, if you are interested in the truth, I can't promise you that I'll always.
That tells me so much. That's incredibly telling right there. That's incredibly telling that someone watches more YouTube than Netflix. Because you're not really, you know what I mean? Like if you're the type of person to talk up Kate Peters, right? If you're the type of person to talk her up, you're the type of person to have Grant on your panel, as some sort of educated mind in this case. I mean, and then you say something like, I watch more YouTube than I do Netflix. That just tells me everything I need to know. A is that you are just obsessed with YouTube, which is really, really like not healthy at all. It's really bad. Like it's real easy. You could just rip the Band-Aid off, you know? But people are so like, they're like addicted. Suzanne, thank you so much. It is Kate Peter. No money. Thank you. It's very telling that like it, because you can absolutely just rip the Band-Aid off of like toxic YouTube. And there's a lot of toxic YouTube. Toxic YouTube are channels that one example of a toxic YouTube channel is one that is driven by hatred. Okay? A channel that's driven by hatred. Like hatred for another creator, hatred for some person. That being the base for a channel is already toxic immediately by default. And like, take Bullhorn Betty, for instance, right? I get a lot of comments. People are like, we miss the Bullhorn Betty videos. We miss the Bullhorn Betty videos. And that's cool. And I'm not done doing Bullhorn Betty videos. I'll still do Bullhorn Betty. I reserve the right to still do Bullhorn Betty videos whenever I want to. But one of the reasons why I've stepped away from it and have not been doing them is simply because, like, at this point, there are a lot of channels that are covering her. And the majority of them are driven by hatred for this woman. And the people who are watching, the majority of the people who are watching hate this woman. Now, I have to clear something up. This is very, very important that I'm addressing this for those of you who miss me doing Bullhorn Betty videos.
I don't hate Bullhorn Betty. I don't. I do not hate Bullhorn Betty. She's not somebody who I particularly like, but I don't necessarily like dislike her because, like, on a personal level, I don't know her. You know what I mean? I don't wish bad things to happen to her. You know, and I get a lot of the views that I get are people who hate her. So they're just not understanding my reasons for talking about her. I don't hate Plevin. I don't hate Brian or Andrea or anybody else or Grant, any of these people who I interact with on the internet. I don't hate any of them. I can't relate to people who are doing what they're doing for hatred. And so that's where the whole thing with Bullhorn Betty is now. Is there's the majority of people who are watching Bullhorn Betty content and the people who are covering it genuinely hate her. They want to see bad things happen to her. And it's I can't fucking relate to that. You know, like I can't help you with that. And it's just gotten so out of hand. It's gotten so crazy, the whole thing, that I'm just like, no. and I lost a lot of subscribers because I wanted to just separate myself from this one corner of the community. And I mean, I'll tell you, it's the best thing I ever did. It's easily the best thing I ever did. Once I set that standard of like, I don't want to fuck with channels that are driven by hatred. Once I set that standard for myself, my life has been just better. My channel has grown significantly. So, you know, I took a hit when I first did it, but I knew exactly what was going to happen. I had a formula in my mind of how things were going to happen. Now, I didn't foresee this case, but regardless, I would have had a different outlook on how I approach things on my channel and just approach things in a new way. Started making different decisions in my everyday life. But when somebody says something like, you know, I watch more YouTube than Netflix, and the channels that he supports and the people that we've seen him support are just filled with hatred for Turtle Boy. I mean, just Clever, please stop. Hatred for Karen Reed. It's right. I mean, that's the whole thing. Is I don't have the energy for it. This is the whole thing, Mike. Let me explain my outlook on this. This is how I look at things. I don't have the energy for it. This is a fact. I'm too lazy to hate someone. You know how much energy goes into hating someone? Like when you think about it, how much energy goes into it? I just have a like I can think of better things to do with my energy than hating someone. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. And that's the fact. I'm just fucking lazy. Like it's I am too lazy to hate people because there's a lot of energy that goes into it. Way too much for something so pointless. Clever, what are you doing, buddy? You're killing me right now, buddy. I love you, buddy. Why don't you go lay down? Huh? I know you can't chew on all the stuff you want to chew on. Oh, you see his Space Cadet thing he's got going on here? Oh, I love you, baby boy. Get down. Off. Clever. Off. I know. Dude, I still got a while here. Okay? Clever, come on. Oh, good boy. Good boy. Go lay down. Go lay down. Good boy. Yeah, the cone. The cone. But it's not of shame. I mean, he doesn't give a shit. He doesn't give a shit. Yeah. So it's right. And I mean, look at Clever, dude. That's energy I could be putting into loving Clever. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? That's total energy that I could be putting towards Clever. You know? Loving him. Why would I waste that on hating a fucking stranger? It's so stupid. Like, when you word it like that, like, how can you not see how stupid it is? Why would I take energy that I could be using on loving Clever on hating a fucking stranger who I don't fucking know or give a shit about? It's so fucking bizarre.
Always have the truth, but I can promise you that I will always seek it relentlessly. If that kind of thing interests you, your contributions in chat are especially welcome. If you're interested in truth in any difficult case, and today we're focused, of course, as always, on Karen Reed, there are some things we all need to do. One is to always monitor our own biases. Did we buy into a narrative early on and now it's hard to let go? Do we have a belief or loyalty outside this case that creates a bias? For example, maybe if you have cops in your family, it might create a bias one way or the other. Maybe there's some emotional need. Maybe you connect with Karen based on her gender, her age, or her race. We all have our biases, and you just have to be introspective and try to be aware of them. Another thing, if you want the truth, is to be aware of hustlers. A hustler is trying to sell you something. A hustler is not seeking the truth. How can you spot a hustler? By the things he doesn't tell you, by the questions.
Dude, Plevin fucking even dresses like the kind of guy you don't want to get stuck talking to at a fucking barbecue. You know what I mean? Like, he even dresses like that fucking guy.
He doesn't ask. So let's look at this first clip. It's only 2 minutes. I promise many of you have seen it. And yes, this is from LTL's channel, and this is Sean McDonough. Make sure the volume's up properly. All right.
This shit happened. Julie Nagel freaked and called her brother, said, I need to get the fuck out of here. Get down here now. And I think Brian said to Jen, get those fucking kids in the corner. Then no one's leaving. Right. And so she said, I called my brother. He says, get rid of that kid. She goes out real quick and comes back in.
Right.
This shit happened. Julie Nagel freaked and called her brother, said, I need to get the fuck out of here. Get down here now. And I think Brian said to Jen, get those fucking
most of us have a different theory. I respect Sean's theory. It's sound, of course, but you know, most of us have a different theory as to why Brian Nagel showed up there.
Yes! I like it.
Those fucking kids in the corner. Then no one's leaving. Right. And so she said, I called my brother. He says, get rid of that kid. She goes out real quick and comes back in.
Right.
This shit happened. Julie Nagel freaked.
All right, repeated that a few times. It's even shorter clip than I remembered. So, I mean, it kind of blows my mind seeing that. And it provides such a commentary on this case. So flicking through the channels today on TV, The Fellowship of the Ring was on. I know Dave McGrath doesn't like that movie. I talked about it. I can't believe he hasn't even seen it. The true power of the ring was to corrupt human beings by seizing on that which deep inside most tempts them. It causes them to serve evil. It's the power to make good people do what they would normally never do. Now, if you remember in that first episode,
are you seriously fucking quoting fucking Lord of the Rings, bro? Like, could you be any more of a fucking tool? Why are you quoting Lord of the Rings? What the fuck does that shit have to do with anything, dude? So ridiculous. This guy, dude, I don't understand what fucking planet he's on.
First episode, Boromir is played by Sean Bean. And at the end, he betrays Frodo. Not because he's greedy, but because of his love for his father and his desire to give him what he wants to restore his kingdom. Boromir isn't selfish or greedy. Boromir actually has more heart than the heroic Aragorn. But he succumbs to evil because he can't fight the temptation to serve his innermost desire. I thought of this watching this clip I just showed you. It seems relevant to much of what we're seeing in social media in this case.
His innermost desire, huh?
So how did you like that?
Loved it. I want to ride that horse again sometime. Ooh, yeah.
Wow.
He's a hero sexual.
Being revealed in this epic battle around Karen Reed. There are no Frodos in this story, though. No one whose motives are always pure. But our job, certainly as citizens, but especially as social media influencers, so yeah, me, Sean, Aiden, anybody, is to resist whatever it is that tempts us to do the things that we normally would never.
You know that gets the whole damn song, right? You know it does. That gets the whole damn song for sure.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. 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 I think we got a super 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 dad. Super dad.
Funky Fresh app, thank you so much. Very generous. I really appreciate that. And you are still champion of handle of the day. You are still the reigning champion. Thank you again, Funky Fresh app.
Never conceive of doing to become the creatures that we'd normally fight against. Sean knows that what he said to LTL is false. Okay? And I would assume Brian from LTL knows it too.
He said it was a theory.
This is Free Karen Reed 101. Julie Nagel did not call her.
Dude. He said it was a theory. It's not false.
Brother for a ride after seeing John attacked in the house because Ryan Nagel had been called before. We know this because the truck Ryan Nagel was in arrived at exactly the same time as Karen and John. They gave her the right of way and let her turn up the street first, and then they pulled up at the same time. Karen slightly ahead. Now, there's no way that Sean just forgot this because this is Free Karen Reed 101 stuff. Turtle Boy covered this stuff in the first damn week. I don't get it. So I think back to Boromir. If we could go back 1 year in time and we told Sean about some guy who'd been accusing, if we went back a year ago and told Sean about some guy who would be accusing a 23-year-old woman of participating in a murder despite having absolutely no evidence, and that this guy would be using things known to be false, I suspect I know who Sean would think was the villain in that scenario. So,
dude, listen. None of that shit matters. None of that shit matters. Do you know why none of that shit matters, Plevin? Because the Commonwealth doesn't have a case. The Commonwealth just simply doesn't have a case. If this were to go to trial, there's no way that you could get a jury with common sense to unanimously find Karen Reed guilty of this. There's no way. And that is 150% both the investigator's faults and the prosecution's fault. That's regardless of Karen Reed being guilty or innocent. The Massachusetts State Troopers, Canton Police Department, and the Norfolk County DA's office collectively conspired the efforts that went towards costing John O'Keefe justice. Now, again, whatever happens with the federal investigation, I am of the opinion, I believe that whether or not there will be indictments towards anyone who worked this case will depend on whatever happens with the findings of the federal investigation of Josh Levy's office. That's what's going to matter. So now I don't know, but we'll see. Scott McGinnis, member for 4 months. Right on. Thank you so much, buddy. Plevin torture again. Oh yeah, it's funny. It is. Like, this guy is a fountain of content. It's great.
So it kind of breaks my heart. What is it about this case that turns heroes into villains? I think it's like the Fellowship of the Rings, something that seizes on some deep inner temptation inside people, and it makes them do what they never would have done before. I don't know really how else to explain the phenomena that we're looking at. It just seems extraordinary to me. Everybody knows that follows this case even a little bit closely and has known since last April that Ryan Nagel arrived at the same time in Karen and John. So this idea that somehow John was attacked inside the house when Ryan was either at home or driving around with his friends, or whatever they were doing.
Now, the thing is, Plevin's right about that. Plevin is right about that. That Ryan Nagel arrived in the pickup truck, riding in the passenger seat with his friend driving, pulled up behind Karen. So the thing is, though, is he saw Karen alone in the SUV. According to Ryan Nagel's statement, Karen was alone in the SUV and the car was fully intact. So Ryan Nagel's statement tells us that John O'Keefe was in the house. Now, in the short period of time that and I could be mistaken about this, but the short period of time that supposedly took place of John O'Keefe being inside the home based on his Apple Health data, right? Now, this would be, if that time frame is correct, then that would give Ryan Nagel or Julie Nagel enough time to come outside, based on what Sean is saying, to come outside and warn or tell Ryan Nagel that she doesn't need a ride anymore, that they're going to deal with this situation. So he's right about the fact that Ryan Nagel pulled up behind Karen Reed and John O'Keefe. But when he saw her vehicle, when he was able to see it, John wasn't in the vehicle. Plevin is leaving that out. John was not in the vehicle. And the car was intact. So there was probably enough time, maybe as the situation was happening, because these things happen quick. How quick is the average fight before it's even broken up? Like, I mean, if you think about, like, if you stick a Hot Pocket in the microwave for a minute, or whatever you cook that takes a minute, man, that seems like forever, doesn't it? A lot of punches could be thrown. A lot of punches, a lot of kicks, a lot of dog pulling on an arm. And we're talking in a period of a minute. That could absolutely happen. So Sean's theory is not unsound. See, Plevin is failing to understand, and Plevin is failing to acknowledge the fact, because he's like, this is Karen Reed, John O'Keefe case 101, right? Ryan Nagel pulled up at the same time as Karen Reed and John O'Keefe, right? Okay, but he's failing to acknowledge the fact that Ryan Nagel said that Karen Reed was alone in the vehicle, and everything, the tail light, all the rear lights were illuminated, and everything was intact. There was no damage to the vehicle. Her inside car, the cab light was on. He saw inside the car, saw one white female. So Yeah. I mean, I don't understand why he's sitting here acting like he caught Sean in some sort of trip up, because he didn't.
Doing. And because of that, Julie Nagel saw what happened in a panic, called her brother for a ride. And then in this fantastical scenario that Sean has conceived of here, he's saying that he said to Julie, no, you go outside and you tell your brother to take off, because we got to manage this situation in here. So I guess that's now, apparently John was still alive at that point under this imaginary scenario, because John was still alive and he wasn't pronounced dead until 7:40. He was clinging to life when they picked him up in the front yard a little after 6 a.m. So this is crazy. And I don't really know how else to describe it. I know we might all make a mistake in this case, but this is free Karen Reed 101. Sean knows this. All right. Yet he's willing to use this to come up with this scenario to smear an innocent woman, 23-year-old Julie Nagel, who has no evidence against her, nothing, and basically establish her as a participant in a murder conspiracy.
I mean, that he said it was a theory. You know, I mean, that's the thing. When it comes to this case, you've got to take every fucking theory that you hear with a grain of salt. Like, I don't see a problem with what Sean said for the simple reason that I understand it being his theory, his opinion, what he thinks happened. I only put so much into that because I do my own research. I've educated myself on the facts of this case. So just because he has an opinion or a theory, it doesn't necessarily mean that I'm just going to jump on that theory and I'm going to start accusing a possibly innocent woman of a crime. That's not me. So, I mean, and so far I've seen the majority of people here who have reached this opinion that they believe that Kara Reed is innocent is because they've been paying attention to the facts and the developments. I mean, just the way the prosecution is handling this case alone is telling. Just the way the prosecution is handling this. Fuck the cops. Fuck the investigation. Even though there's so much in that. But fuck that. Just the prosecution's decision-making throughout this process alone is enough to be suspicious. It's enough to, yeah, it's enough to be suspicious, man. So it's just incredible to me that this dude just like fails to acknowledge the most obvious shit. Like, it is in your face how shady all of this is. And it's clear that he's just up here just trying to refute it for reasons no more than just wanting to be an asshole. I mean, what other reason could there be? When it's so blatantly obvious what all of this evidence is dictating, right? You take everything when it's so blatantly obvious. The only thing that I could think that is driving you to go the opposition on this is you're an asshole. You're making a conscious effort to be an asshole. You're applying cuntery. You're applying it. Oh, Suzanne gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Suzanne. Katie J, Deanna Balina, Chrissy Mel, 51, Ooh, K Divine, and Nay. Congrats, guys. Thank you so much, Suzanne. Appreciate it. Welcome.
That's unforgivable. That's unforgivable, dude. And it has to be eating you up inside. If you're listening, Sean, it has to be eating you up inside to know what you're doing. Because what you're doing, if you knew about a guy that was doing that a year ago, you'd punch him in the face. I believe that was the old Sean. I didn't know you then.
Listen,
I got a sense of that.
It boils down to this fact, dude. If Julie Nagel knew what happened in that house and she hasn't fucking said anything, well then fuck her, dude. You know what I mean? Something happened in that fucking house. And people are lying. And that's why I feel perfectly comfortable saying that. People are straight up fucking lying. So, I mean, if Julie Nagel's lying, I mean, now if she's scared, that's another story. You know what I mean? If she's scared, that's another story. But she has to be lying. She has to be. If she's saying nothing happened in that house or she didn't see anything happen in that house and she's got nothing to report, she is lying. Because we know John was in that house. I mean, we know it. It's not even a question.
So enough of talking to you this summer of your decency. And I don't think you would put up with somebody doing that. But for some reason, something has happened in this case to corrupt people, to seize on their temptation, just like in the Lord of the Rings. And it takes good people like Boromir and makes them do something they would never otherwise do. Now, I want to pull up.
My precious. My precious.
It just came up a lot in the last. I want to pull up a document real quick. This was, let's see. All right, there we go. I can't make this bigger, so I'll pop off the screen for a second. You probably still can't see it. I'm sorry. It's not something I can make bigger. But what this document is, so a big point that Sean made the other night was that, and really, frankly, an absurd point, was that that the state has no accident reconstruction theory. I'm calling it the accident reconstruction theory, but basically it's the theory of how John died. And we'll see it in a few minutes when I roll the tape. But he's trying to tell me that this is not, that it doesn't exist in the discovery material. Now, the discovery material is public, and this is one of the documents here. And it shows quite clearly what seems to be all the materials that would go into. The way it would work is, it's not like the lead investigators would be Proctor and Buchanan working under Tully. These guys aren't technical experts. Okay, they don't do forensic data.
Right. No one's disputing that.
Not medical examiners. They don't examine DNA in a lab. Okay, their job is to lead the investigation. So it's not their job in a situation like this to reconstruct what happened in the accident, whether you want to call it an accident or, as the state's calling it, second-degree murder. This is not their job. There are experts that come in to do this. They look at whatever, all the evidence on the road, are there brake marks, things like that. Just in a regular, think in a normal hit-and-run situation. So you're looking at the damage to the vehicle, and you're looking at the injuries to the body. You're looking at where evidence was found and stuff like that. So
now I'm dying to know what this thing says.
We may ultimately disagree with what the state's theory is of this. We don't know it, and we won't know it until the trial.
I don't want to see a screenshot of it. I want him to share the whole fucking document and tell me what the process was.
But to say that there is no theory is absurd. Is absurd. And this is why people get mad at me sometimes and say, well, that's being condescending. But no, it's absurd. I mean, the idea that a prosecutor is going to go before a jury 1 month from now and say, I don't know how she did it, but she killed him.
That's exactly what's happening. Like that's the whole thing, Plevin. That's exactly what's fucking happening. They are failing to provide discovery to the defense. They have yet to provide a theory to the defense. And you're sitting here overlooking this one factor that is very, very telling. It's like if you actually accepted this fact as something that is terribly wrong with this prosecution, then that's very telling that you are just purposely overlooking it because it fucks up your narrative. But the fact is the fact that the prosecution is being there's a motion to dismiss the case and to basically sanction the Michael Morrissey's office with this case because of this case. That's very telling. And in their motion, they're saying that they have not shared discovery with them. There is no theory. I mean, this would be public. This would be in the charging documents. In the charging documents, there would absolutely be a theory based on this investigation. This led us to this, and this is what we think absolutely happened. Now, in a lot of cases, like that's called a charging document there in the Commonwealth, and in a lot of other places, it's called a probable cause affidavit. And in a probable cause affidavit, they have to list probable cause. I don't think that the charging document would be any different. They just wouldn't be any different.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Scott McGinnis, thank you, buddy. Plevin is so dismissive and condescending. He purports any doubters of the state's narratives and those that refuse to accept their case is idiotic. Thank you, Scott McGinnis. I appreciate it. Yeah, man. I mean, he's every case that I've ever covered or followed, every single one of them, dude, every single one of them. When the charging documents or the probable cause affidavit are released, that's probable cause. Probable cause. If they upgraded her charges, they have to list in a court document, they have to list why they've come to this conclusion. They have to list that. And they have not settled on one theory. The prosecution has yet to settle on one theory. That's what we're going by, Plevin. Plevin is going by, oh, well, we haven't seen the entire discovery. We haven't seen it. So we don't know what they're going to pull out of their ass once the trial starts. No, that's not how it works. They have to share with the defense what their theory is so that the defense can properly defend their client. That's how it works. So they can come up with a defense for their client. This is what you're accusing her of, and this is why. Okay, this is my job to poke holes in it. Because if she's actually guilty and you have this proof, you have this solid, undeniable proof, you have to share that with the defense. You have to. You have to share it with the defense prior to trial. So this proof does not seem to exist. This proof seems to only be John's DNA on the car, a hair found, or pieces of the taillight in his clothing. I mean, the clothing that we saw lying on the floor in the hospital. Everything, every single piece of crucial evidence in this case so far. And this is everything Plevin's saying means absolute dick. It means nothing. When you just focus on these simple facts that every single bit of evidence in this case is absolutely and totally worthless because of the way it was handled, because of the chain of custody, the way it was collected. Every single smoking gun piece of evidence that they're counting on is worthless. Any asshole, including me, can poke holes in their so-called overwhelming defense or overwhelming case against Karen Reed.
That's crazy. All right, that's just certifiably crazy. But in this document here really seems to show, and I've looked at a bunch of other these discovery materials to see to show it too in other versions. But you see, copy of Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory Crime Scene Response Unit file folder, Crime Scene Service Section file folder. It's a bunch of stuff that goes on and on about it. And I posted this on my Twitter if you want to go and grab a copy. Copy of Massachusetts State Police Collision Analysis and Reconstruction Section raw data of Toyota tech stream, ACM and VCH. This is 4 files and it's listed as 1 disk. And you might ask why Toyota. But Lexus leases, that's the data systems that are used on the car, and they're actually manufactured by Lexus. I'm sorry, by Toyota, and Lexus purchases them to put in their vehicles. So that's why that's in there like that. But it's just, you have to ask yourself, going back to the video the clip I just showed with Brian of L2L, who here is a nice guy, and I have no reason to say that he's not a nice guy. But he's been covering this case for months. He has a lot of followers.
Shut your fucking mouth! Shut the fuck up, you cunt!
Shut it! Even if he hasn't had time to read any of the documents, which to me is unforgivable. If you're covering this case and getting thousands of views, I don't understand why you wouldn't read the documents, but maybe you didn't have time, right? But you didn't have to. You could just read TB Daily News, Turtle Boy's website, Turtle Boy's blog, and you would see, going back to the beginning, the fact that Karen and John arrived at the same time as the truck that Nagel was in. You would see it. Everybody knows it, right? Everybody that's followed this case since the beginning or follows it reasonably closely knows this. So why didn't he push back? Why didn't Brian say to Sean, hey, buddy, are you sure about that? Because nobody ever pushes back on these guys, all right? I never hear anybody push back on Sean, ever, even a little bit. Nobody questions anything he says. Okay?
Y'all in the
You won't
chat
hear,
are killing me right
LTL do
now.
it. You won't hear the Grifter do it. You won't hear Mike Crawford do it. You won't hear that little dude from Wales do it. They'll do it. Why didn't Brian say to Sean, hey, buddy, are you sure about that? Because nobody ever pushes back on these guys, all right? I never hear anybody push back on Sean, ever, even a little bit. Nobody questions anything he says, okay? You won't hear LTL do it. You won't hear the Grifter do it.
No, I mean, that's the whole point. I'll admit to that. Like, if he says something that's just plain wrong and I catch it, sure, you know, but like, it'll be a friendly correction. Same as if I do it and you guys in the chat go, oh, no, not that, Will. It happens all the time. It's not that serious. But the thing is Sean has an opinion based on his experience. His insight is valuable. That's why I don't question it. Now, if he just gets something just plain wrong, then, you know, again, like, and I catch it like I would anybody else and like anybody else would me, a friendly just correction. But he thinks of things in terms of pushing back. You know, I like, all I've ever wanted is to have conversations with people about this case. That's all I've ever wanted. Like, I don't I don't get anything out of arguing about the stupidity. Like, it makes no fucking difference in the case. You know, if we're fighting about our opinions about it. So, you know, I don't care that much to fight with somebody about it. But this is what he's thinking is like, you know, nobody pushes back on Sean or nobody pushes back on Turtle, but push back against what? What do you mean push back? Why do I have to push back? I'm not up here and in this to fight with people or to catch people out on bullshit. It's not what I'm here to do. I'm here to help. I'm here to learn and to help control misinformation. That's it. And to entertain. That's all I'm here to do. I have no responsibilities beyond that. I have none at all. No responsibilities. So, I mean, when you're sitting here acting like this is such a fucking, like, if it's affecting your life this much, you got to unplug, man. You got to. Take your own advice that you were given to Sean. Because we know why you were, like, trying to get Sean to shut up. It was just bothering you. Every time Sean goes live and has, like, 1,500 people in his chat, that shit pisses you off to no end. It's just funny. It's so funny to watch you just sit here and smile through your teeth and be like, oh, yeah, good for you, Sean. But, you know, you'd probably want to slow down a little bit because, you know, it could take a toll on you, Sean. Yeah, that's the ticket. It could take a toll on you. So, like, let a player play. I mean, if Sean's killing it, then Sean's fucking killing it. You know what I'm saying? People are listening to him and people are listening to him. What is your problem? Because you're saying, okay, he's accusing innocent people of a crime. These people are not innocent. Okay? I'm not saying that they're guilty of murder. I don't know who's guilty of murder. I don't fucking know. What I'm saying, though, is they're fucking guilty of lying. Every motherfucker that was in that house, I'm accusing of being a liar. Every single one. I'm accusing of being a liar. Because nobody's shit is adding up. Nobody's shit is meshing. So yeah, I don't, if we're gonna speculate and theorize, then that's fair game. None of these people are doing what they could be doing to fucking get John O'Keefe justice. None of these people are doing that. They're too focused on targeting Turtle Boy. That's telling right there in and of itself. The fact that you're fucking constantly hating on Turtle Boy. Like, it's just, the behavior is very, very telling. Like, I don't even think that you believe that Karen Reed is guilty anymore. I don't believe that any of these people think that Karen Reed is guilty anymore. None of them. Not Grant, not Plevin, not any of the idiots from Twitter. I don't believe that even they believe it. They just want her to be guilty. They want her to be guilty. They don't like Turtle Boy's arrogance, so they want to see him punished in some way. They want to see him hurt. And it's like, it's bizarre, man. Like, it's really fucking weird. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Victoria. They all fucking know she's innocent. Like, that's why they don't even try anymore. They just go for the insults.
You won't hear Mike Crawford do it. You won't hear that little dude from Wales do it. They don't do this kind of thing. It's not what, so they're not seeking the truth. If you're seeking the truth and you have a guest on your show that is going to accuse innocent people of participating in murder, and as a main component of that, he's going to report something that you know is
See, they're not innocent though. That's the problem.
False. You don't confront them on that? I don't get it.
No,
I don't get it.
Because they're not innocent.
There's something, a lot of these people are probably not bad people outside of this case, but something about this case has corrupted people right down to the soul or something like that. It's and then there are all the people that follow this that just don't ask questions. And those are if you're listen, if you believe that Karen is probably innocent or you doubt the state's case, I have no problem with that. I mean, that we should all be able to discuss this stuff. But if you hear things like that and you don't have any questions, then yeah, you're kind of part of the horde. You're part of the zombie horde. You're not really. It's okay if you're just loosely listening and it's just a diversion. Okay, but if you're out there putting your opinion into the social media and you're calling other people like me a coward and you don't ask questions like that, yeah, you're just part of the mindless horde. There's no other way to say it. So let me show something a little bit more entertaining.
The mindless horde.
This is a clip.
It's like the mindless horde. It's just so funny, man. Like it's you're giving these titles, the mindless horde, and they're zombies and they want to eat brains. Like, could you be any more fucking cunty and dramatic? There's no reason for that. It's so bizarre that you people get so worked up over this. Like, that's what's so funny is like nobody else is like getting that worked up. And these are people who fucking live in a town that they think that there's corruption all through it. That corruption is pumping through the blood of their fucking town. And yes, they're upset about it, but you don't see them fucking like full of hatred. You know, like you see these people out protesting and everybody's just getting along and smiling and shit. They feel good about believing in something. They feel good about being on the right side of something. Like, that's very telling as well.
Put together.
Oh.
By this is on TikTok. One second. It's again, it's only a couple minutes, but it is entertaining. Let's see. I think it was on. No, wrong one. All right. It's the camera isn't on. Share. Turn the volume up.
Hi, David. What's up?
Is this a good time? I have some good news about the case.
Oh, yeah?
So I just got out of a meeting with a PI named Stephen Scanlon, the guy that messaged you on Facebook. And I gave him a check for $1,500, and I think he's in.
So, wow, it sounds like you had some good information.
Well, no, not exactly. But there is some good information if you read between the lines and twist it a little bit.
Wait, you mean like lie to the court?
I wouldn't exactly call it lying. We are just presenting a set of alternative facts.
We're not going with the,
Like, nobody said that. This guy's supposed to be Yannetti. Like, he's never said that.
Going with a terrible accident.
I will tell you, my client has no criminal intent. She loved this
Oh,
man.
by the way, I'm wearing the shirt you got me. Isn't that cute? Is it happy hour at any time? Yeah, no, so fill me in.
Look, it's been a year. Nobody remembers it was a bomb cyclone that day, right?
It actually had to push you back, and I weigh about 200 pounds, so to have that happen, you know it's intense.
So we are just going to say it was barely snowing, just some flurries.
This is a nor'easter like no other right now.
And where the taillight cut him up, we're going to say those are dog bites.
Oh my God, what? Nobody is going to believe that, David.
Listen, this guy's Scanlon. He knows Brian Albert. They were boxes together or something.
Seriously, should I just flee the country? I don't even know at this point.
Karen, listen. John had 2 black eyes. It looks like he went 3 rounds with Mike Tyson.
David, those are from a skull fracture, not a punch.
This is like the stupidest shit I've ever seen.
We are
It's just full of like misinformation.
going to
What
say
am I paying
Steve
you to
Scanlon
do?
came to us with insider information that he knew there was a fight inside that house.
Fine, but did he say that?
Karen, please. Shh. Do you know Turtle Boy?
Oh God, I know him. Yeah, he's trash. He writes blogs about people, right? Whether it's true or not, gets paid, fills them with lies, reviews, clicks, and money. And what's your point?
You want a cat? People will dog because we doggy style. It's the most popular, it's the most American thing you can do. Yes, that is the guy.
I mean, that's really not.
It's pretty American. I mean, it's worldwide, you know what I mean? But it's pretty
brand.
American.
A college professor, class sass and ass. You know, do we really want to be involved with him? I don't know.
I hope you guys found that as enjoyable as put myself back in. I hope you guys enjoyed that. So that was the creative genius of that this case has produced, Matt from Boundless Millennial, and he's
Dude, like you can't even like present that as funny. Like even if that thing was funny, like you took the piss right out of it. Plevin. Just I hope you guys found that as entertaining as I did. The comical genius, bro. Like you might as well be at a funeral.
He's playing the part of David Unetti in that, and that's Karen McCormick who is playing Karen Reed in it.
Like, are you capable of joy, bro? Like, I have to know. Like, Plevin. Serious question, dude. Like, are you capable of joy? Like, even like, I mean, the bliss of eating chocolate, is that even? I feel so bad for this dude.
So it was you got to appreciate the creativity of what they did on that. No matter what side you're on. All right, before we get to roll the clip, just go over a few other issues that have come up or things that I've discussed a little bit over the last couple of days. So people have been asking me today, why didn't the Dighton police take a picture? Or why didn't Trooper Proctor take a picture of Karen's SUV in Dighton at her parents' house when they went to pick it up that day? We'll see what they say in trial, right? And obviously we wish, and I'm sure they wish that they had. But I don't think it's as hard to understand maybe as we make it because they don't carry around a camera. And so, but now we're thinking, well, everybody's got a camera right on their phone. But I don't think that's part of their training to go and gather evidence for a crime scene with their personal phones. There might even be problems with that, right? Because you do that, and now all of a sudden, does that mean, as we saw it, as it ended up anyways, but now your phones get subpoenaed by the defense? So there may be those reasons for not doing it too. But the main reason I think is I just don't think it's the part of their procedural training. So Trooper Proctor's role in this, and Buchanan was with him too, would probably not have been to do, they're not trained to take pictures and to collect evidence in that kind of way. That's what the cards team does. And so there's other people that do that. Now, in hindsight.
Now, it's like as if Plevin is just missing the entire fact that the crime scene photos were taken with an iPhone. Okay. Taken with an iPhone. Why? I have no idea. And that the metadata for the iPhone and the pictures that were taken no longer exist. That's the prosecution's words. The metadata and the phone itself no longer exist. Right. And whose iPhone was it? I'd love to know. But this cars team, supposedly, right? That's their job to take pictures. I doubt that they would be using an iPhone to do so. Because I'm sure that's going to get shot down as like standard procedure. Is that standard? I mean, if I'm Jackson or Unetti, I'm going to be like, is that standard procedure to take crime scene photos with an iPhone? No. No further questions. I mean, so the metadata is missing. It's gone. It's not even just missing. It's gone. It no longer exists. So how do you expect anything that you're saying to have any validity at all at this point?
We all look at it in a common sense kind of way and say, wow, I mean, that thing was put on a tow truck in a blizzard. What if it rolled over, right? I mean, could have jeopardized the case. So why not take the picture there? One thing they weren't anticipating, though, was the idea that they would be accused of tampering with evidence. Now, I'm sure in the future they will be. They're still working now. They're still working homicide. So the feds didn't find anything. The feds didn't.
And now the conversation the argument between Plevin and Sean, again, was absolutely moot. Because they were arguing when Plevin rage booted Sean off of his stream, they were discussing the reconstruction of the crime scene, right? So there's a reconstruction of this crime scene, right? Plevin's argument. Now, Sean's argument is there isn't. They didn't do that. But it doesn't matter, because had they actually done it, we know that the metadata and the iPhone used to document this is no longer existent. It no longer exists. Freedom Fighter, thank you so much. So far behind weeks. Thank you for the speed. You rock. You're welcome. Thank you so much, Freedom Fighter. I mean, so it's a moot argument. It really is. The fact is that when it goes to court, it's not going to fucking matter. It's not going to fucking matter. And do I think it's going to go to trial? Yes, I do. At this point, yes, I do. I think that Judge Bev has an agenda, and unless things have been made available to her, certain information to where she just cannot ethically move forward with this case, which I think there's enough, but let's just say, because I'm not a lawyer, I don't know. But I mean, I absolutely think that this is going to go to trial because Judge Bev is making decisions in this case that are just fucking bizarre.
So, maybe Santa Claus will still come. Maybe the feds will come. But I hope that answers that question a little bit. But that's just my answer. I don't really know. I've always wished that they had documented it better. We can look at the report of what the Dighton officer said, and he said damaged right taillight. So unfortunately, that doesn't tell us either, because we need to know if there were pieces missing. But is it really that odd that these guys didn't think of that back then? I don't think it's that odd. I don't even think it's a sign of shoddiness. It's just not something that they're normally trained to do. Let's see. I've already mentioned the accident reconstruction theory, which they obviously do have. The idea that they don't is absurd. What else we got?
But
we can talk briefly about Peter Murphy. We'll see.
You pulled up. What the fuck did you pull the screenshot up for? I'm trying to understand that. You pulled the screenshot up of this discovery, but you didn't go over where there was a reconstruction. You're just saying there was. You're just like, yeah, it doesn't make sense that there wouldn't be. So you're just saying the exact same shit. You basically fucking fluffed up your audience for proof that this happened, and you provided absolutely none. I mean, dude, what are you doing?
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think.
Anne Marie, thank you so much. Plevin is grasping at straws. He absolutely is. I mean, that's all he fucking just did. Like, seriously. Like, look what he just fucking did. It's insane that he just fucking did this and acted like nobody's gonna fucking notice.
You know, I don't even think it's a sign of shoddiness. It's just not something that they're normally trained to do. Let's see. I've already mentioned.
So
the accident.
You don't think that it's shoddy? I love that. This is his logic. He doesn't think that it's shoddy that people who weren't trained to do it ended up doing it. That's shoddy in and of itself, dude. What are you talking about? It's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. So instead of making a valid argument, what he does is he makes excuses for Buchanan and Proctor that they're not trained to actually collect this evidence and reconstruct this scene. Yet they ended up doing it, which means that we have every reason to believe that it never happened, that they absolutely did not do this. Because we have reason to believe that they didn't even fucking investigate. So your excuse is, well, they're not trained to do it. That right there is very telling. Again, that right there is very telling because why did they do it in the first place? You're sitting here making an excuse. Well, they're not really trained to do it. So why did they do it? They shouldn't have been the ones to do it. You said so yourself. That's a Cars thing. Why didn't they do it? Like you're arguing against yourself here.
Reconstruction theory, which they obviously do have. The idea that they don't is absurd. What else we got?
That's it. Just
we can talk briefly about Peter Murphy.
The idea that they don't is absurd. Like, okay, so where is it? Where is it?
We'll see this. We'll see Sean bring this up in the clip again. But again, just to remind people who he is, he's a retired Canton cop, retired in 2010. He inserted himself into this case for whatever reason, and I'm not knocking him for doing that, but we should be a little bit wary as to why this guy was inserting himself into a case based entirely on the reporting of a blogger. And he's
I'm not knocking him for doing it. That's what he just said. He's like, he inserted himself into this case, and I don't know why he would do that, but I'm not knocking him for doing it. You're knocking him for doing it by saying that he's inserted himself into this case. Now, that's a rude way of putting it, but this is a guy who can get involved and stepped up and got involved. That's the way those of us who believe that Karen Read is innocent and want to admit it, that's the way we see that this guy has pull in the Canton Police Department and could put his ear to the grindstone and hear things, ask questions. He has people there he could trust. This is a valuable asset to getting to the truth. Now, you wouldn't be singing that song had he said, hey, I talked to some cops and there's nothing. Like, there's nothing weird about everything's on the up and up. They're just not sharing it with everybody. They're just not telling everybody everything. That's all. There's nothing to worry about. If he was singing that song, you'd be up here sitting here praising him. You'd be sitting there going, Peter Murphy is you. Why aren't you listening to this guy? He's a trained Canton. This guy trained Canton cops. This guy ran for chief of police. Why aren't you listening to him? That's exactly what he would be doing if this guy had come back saying that there's nothing to see here.
Literally starts going around talking to people, talking to cops that he used to work with, and telling them odd things like, I can protect you. I don't know how he can protect them. And eventually he's communicating, actually, according to Sean, before he even communicated with Sean, Peter Murphy was already communicating with.
I have an idea how he could protect them. Maybe he's talking to the feds. Maybe for sure he is, because he said that he spoke to Josh Levy himself. Yeah, maybe he can offer them federal protection. Maybe.
With Karen's defense team. Now, that's okay if he found evidence and he brought it to him. That's okay. But we should kind of maybe at least be a little skeptical about what his motive was here, right? What was he trying to do? Is he doing real police work? Was he trained in any of that stuff? Was he interfering in a case? You start interfering in a case while the investigation is still underway. Are we talking about potential obstruction? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. So, but an interesting thing that came up in that was that, as we talked about before, Officer Wanless, former retired Officer Wanless, Googled, or he claims that he Googled the U.S. Attorney's Office, dialed the number that came up, and Josh Levy himself, the U.S. Attorney, answered the phone, which is crazy. It's kind of similar to Googling the White House and some number comes up and you call it and Joe Biden answers the phone. So we're left with two choices here because that didn't happen. That Josh Levy answered.
It's not.
So basically,
you're calling this guy a liar, and you're saying it's the same thing. That if Josh Levy answers the phone, it's the same thing that the president of the United States answers the phone. No. Like, you have branches of the U.S. Attorney's Office, just like you have branches of the FBI. It's not so far-fetched that the U.S. Attorney in Massachusetts is answering his own phone. Like, it's not that hard. It's not that crazy. He's not but just below the president. You keep saying that, and it's just not true. Like, how are you comparing this guy answering his own phone to the president of the United States answering his own phone? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. I mean, Jesus, dude.
Either he imagined this or he's using it to hide something else.
He imagined it.
To me, over the last couple of days, I've started to suspect it's more the latter, that what he's trying to do is hide just how closely people like him and others that became part of Karen's PR team were coordinating with Karen's defense lawyers and coordinating with the feds. So where the improprieties are there, I don't know, but it's something that they wanted and want to hide. So let's thank you, James. I appreciate it. Thank you for the donation. Much appreciated. Let's roll the tape from the other night.
My man said Karen Reed's PR team. Right off the bat, like he just said, Karen Reed's PR team, like it wasn't no thing. Like, dude, you're not gonna get. These are not. These people are not being paid by Karen Reed. Now, I mean, I don't know that for a fact. I'm just saying, like, it doesn't make sense. Like, what I'm pointing out is that it's absurd for you to go there and think that this dude is following this case and then started getting involved in the Facebook group and started getting involved with the people who are deeply involved following it, and then started to weigh in his opinions as an experienced federal investigator. So that's not so far-fetched. That doesn't mean that he's working as a PR. I mean, that's stupid. The only thing we know of is that Sean gave Karen Reed money for her defense, just to show support. And then Yannetti apparently contacted him and thanked him. I mean, so I would imagine that it was a substantial contribution to her defense fund. I would imagine, if you're going to get Yannetti to actually contact you directly and be like, we appreciate it. And probably the fact that he's an experienced investigator, he's a retired DEA agent, probably got enough attention from them to be able to say, we need to reach out to this guy and thank him personally. That's not so hard to believe. But that doesn't mean that he's working for a PR team. That's the stupidest fucking dumb conspiracy theory bullshit that I've fucking heard yet. So anybody who actually speaks publicly about this case and on behalf of Karen Reed, or at least on behalf of her innocence, is somehow working for her. This seems to be the trend. Turtle Boy is allegedly working for Karen Reed. That Turtle Boy doesn't make a move without Karen Reed's okay. Because Turtle Boy's personality just screams that shit, right? You know what I mean? Like, it just screams that somebody is pulling his strings. Give me a fucking break, bro. Like, that's just not. There's just no way. There's just no way.
I said this is going to be a little bit painful. I want to show you first, though. You'll see all these people messaging me or saying that I was texting during this interview. No, this, and you can, we'll stop it and I'll show you. You can see I've got a pen in my hand. These are notes that I was, I don't know if that comes, I guess like part doesn't come through, but these are notes that I was taking, listening intently to every word that Sean gave me. And I would, if there were times where he ducked a question, I would circle it so I would know to come back. And you'll see there are questions that he does duck. So let's pull it up and let's somehow get through this together. We got to relive the painful moment. So I talked to someone who you guys maybe recognize in here, Julio Suave, and Julio disagrees with me on a lot of the evidence. And it turns out Julio is a former attorney, and we had a great call. So I invited him or her to talk on the phone recently, and we had a great conversation on the phone. And just the speed. So that's my approach. Is anybody that is trying to actually get to the truth and look at evidence in a clear way, I welcome it if they have different ideas than me. So, should I try to let? I don't know. I don't see any images, so I'll try to let you in. Sean, are you here?
Yep, I'm here, buddy.
Hey, Sean, I didn't add it. I couldn't see anything. So.
I'm here. And there's an avatar. Just bring me in. No video.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Let's just get the hellos out of the way first, Sean. How are you?
Let's do a virtual handshake.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I want to note there too. You just heard a beep, and
dude, he said that shit with his whole fucking chest, bro.
Invited him or her to talk on the phone recently, and we had a great conversation on the phone. And just the speed. So that's my approach. Is anybody that is trying to actually get to the truth and look at evidence in a clear way, I welcome it if they have different ideas than me. So, should I try to let? I don't know. I don't see any images, so I'll try to let you in. Sean, are you here?
I welcome.
Hey, Sean, I didn't add it.
One more time.
So that's my approach. Is anybody that is trying to actually get to the truth and look at evidence in a clear way, I welcome it if they have different ideas than me. So, should I try to let? I don't know. I don't see any images, so I'll try to let you in.
You're lying. And you're a piece of shit.
Sean, are you here?
Yep, I'm here, buddy.
Hey, Sean, I didn't add it. I couldn't see anything. So.
I'm here. And there's an avatar. Just bring me in. No video.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's just get the hellos out of the way first, Sean. How are you?
Let's do a virtual handshake.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I
want to note there too. You just heard a beep, and this was not live. This was from the other night, and you only hear 2 or 3 of those. Those are the messages that I got, which I didn't see them until after the show. But the idea that, so my phone has notifications, and if somebody is texting me, it gets a beep. You only hear 1 or 2 of those during the show. So the idea that I'm sitting here getting questions from somebody else is crazy. Just more nutty Mike Crawford stuff. See, Mike Crawford is one of those guys that this is eating him up because he's a jellyfish. All right. And he knows it, and he feels bad about it. So he has to try to invent ways to destroy other people, but it's not really saving himself because the only person on YouTube who, I mean, I shouldn't say.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, dude, like I like Mike a lot. But there definitely seems to be like some real personal shit going on that I don't know anything about. Like there's definitely some personal stuff, some past between these guys and a couple of the other people I see on Twitter, but I have no opinion on that stuff. I don't know anything about it.
Maybe there's someone else out there. Obviously, Kate had the guts to cover this since the beginning. But of all these guys here, who's doing a regular show that actually has the guts to ask questions on both sides and stand up to the mob? It's not Mike Crawford. And he knows it's
yeah,
not.
I don't know what that means either.
He's got to make up stuff about me.
I don't know what that means either. The fuck is jellyfish supposed to mean? And it's very funny. Oh, okay, spineless. Yeah, he made some shit on Twitter. He said some shit on Twitter about getting a spine or something. Yeah, there's definitely some personal shit going on between these guys that I don't like I said, I don't have any opinion on that.
Am I on? I'm on. Okay.
Yes, they can hear you. Yeah.
Well, first of all, Kevin, hey, thanks for the kudos. All right. We're friends, even though we have our differences. So.
Oh, and I want to he said thank you for the kudos. But that was sincere. I think watching Sean's first episode, I think he's a natural presenter. I think he did an excellent job, and he really did a good job. This is Peter.
Nobody is buying your fucking bullshit. Fucking, I'm giving him a chance, and complimenting him. That fucking bullshit act. You showed your true colors. You wouldn't listen to the fucking guy, and then you booted him off. You told him to shut the fuck up, and then you booted him off. Like, so nobody is buying that shit, bro.
Peter Murphy's, who has been kind of like he said, it's a guy in the shadows here. This was his first time on the screen, I think. And so Sean did a really good job of bringing him out and making him comfortable and giving the audience a sense of who he was.
Okay, so I'm on. And did you want to talk about the Peter Murphy thing, or?
Yeah, I mean, we could. Let me give you a chance to talk about. Let me give you a chance to react. Have you been listening to? I think you've been here since the beginning tonight, right?
Yeah,
and,
yeah, I have.
And actually, before we say that, you've been doing like marathon shows now the last 4 nights, so you must be exhausted.
I'll tell you, I have a very deep respect for all you people. I mean, Kevin, yourself, Aiden, all these content creators. I can't believe, and I don't even have all the bells and whistles. I can't believe how time-consuming and tiring the whole thing is. I really tip my hat to you and all the other content creators. It's amazing.
Yeah,
Really amazing.
yeah. You'll find that you have to slow down a little because it does get, it takes a toll even on your body having to sit there like the way you're doing it now, like every night.
Right.
It does. We
Now-
did that back in July when I was trying to build up for the documentary.
It does take a toll,
I did like 4.
You gotta also now. Sean is pumping out video after video. He's got live stream set up after live stream. He's got one set up with Olivia coming up soon, and he's not even monetized yet. So his motivation for this is because he's passionate about getting to the truth. Now, mind you, he might seem a little overzealous. Olivia, thank you. Tomorrow night, okay. He might seem a little overzealous, Sean, but he's all that tells me if he's not making money off of this, that he's just passionate. And if he decided to start making money off of it, I wouldn't fucking feel any different about it. I wouldn't feel in the slightest bit different about Sean's motivations because he's familiarized himself with this case very, very well. So, I mean, I find his insight valuable, extremely, to say the least.
14 days in a row, and I was like, oh, I need a vacation.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so why don't you react to anything that you disagree with, or anything you want to react to?
A couple of things. All right.
Yeah.
All right. To be honest, obviously, I didn't want to tell you back in July, nor did Natalie, that I had her file. And you know I was close to Natalie, and I was actually at the end telling you to question certain things. I had Natalie's file. I had everything. And she wasn't forthcoming to you for obvious reasons because she didn't want anyone to know that she gave me that. But to say that I was talking...
Just to repeat, Natalie has always been forthcoming with me. That doesn't mean there wasn't always more to learn. It's not that she was trying to hide something. It's just she had a lot of conversations with these people, and a lot of it was stuff that she wasn't paying attention to because she was a go-between, and she was passing on messages between Karen and Aiden. So they weren't necessarily things that she was paying close attention to. It's not really the way she is. I've had many conversations with Natalie, and she is, I would say she's the opposite of someone who is not forthcoming. She'll tell you everything.
Talking to Karen all the time. That's just not right. I know she told you that. She has no receipts for that other than me telling her that, and it was basically to get her off. I said, I can't do what you want me to do, Natalie, to get you back with Karen. I couldn't do it.
Okay.
That's one point.
So what can I just, I want to let you go with as few interruptions as possible, but just on that.
You can, I actually rather you ask me questions.
Okay. So what I understand the protecting of sources.
Right.
So I never pushed you on sources this summer.
No.
Here's the thing. Here's what I think about Natalie. We heard from beginning to end, right? That's indisputable. We heard from beginning to end her official statement of what she was trying to use to trash Turtle Boy, to implicate Turtle Boy, and to implicate Karen Reed, right? Tully flew all the way out to California from Massachusetts. He flew all the way out there, and we listened from beginning to end, that interview, and it was a big, fat, fucking nothing burger. It was nothing. It was jack shit. There was absolutely nothing that was in any way, shape, or form, like, in some way, implicating Karen Reed or Turtle Boy in anything illegal. So do I think that she's forthcoming? Absolutely. She had an opportunity. I think that she was absolutely forthcoming. She had an opportunity to share exactly what happened, and all we heard her do was just pour the salt out of her mouth. Like, I've never seen anybody so fucking salty in my life. So Natalie, all she did in her official interview with Tully, designed to implicate Turtle Boy and Karen Reed in nefarious activities. All it did was show that she was absolutely bitter and salty about the fact that there was a documentary, or there wasn't a documentary, or her involvement in the documentary, and that Turtle Boy and Karen Reed cut her off. And here, Sean is explaining that she even went to him to try to get back in with Karen Reed and Turtle Boy. She loved being that middle person. It made her feel significant. It made her feel relevant. And that's it. Everything was some sort of indication of her thirst for relevance. Because this is fact. She totally like overdid the whole documentary play, right? Everything that she was saying to Turtle Boy was like, you got to get an agent, you can't use your logo, blah 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 blah. Stuff that's just like not even a thing. Like if somebody is going to make a documentary about you, you don't need a fucking Hollywood agent. You don't need all of the bells and whistles. I mean, here she is, and she's talking about how a documentary is going to be made. And the first question she asks, and this is coming from her, the first question she asks about it is, are the Wahlberg brothers involved? Why the fuck would the Wahlberg brothers be involved besides the fact that they're Boston locals? So immediately you see that she's telling you everything, but telling you nothing. Or the other way around is better. She's telling you nothing, but she's telling you everything. She's got starry eyes. She's acting out. She's trying to facilitate patterns of actions to take place via Turtle Boy so that there's a red carpet type situation happening later on. She makes this very clear. So you can see exactly what her motivation was. You can absolutely see exactly what her motivation was.
No.
And I never asked you for names. You gave me what you wanted to give me. But at this point, we do have to at least I have to at least ask, when were your first communications with Karen? When were your communications with Alan Jackson or Unetti or anybody else on her team? And how regular are they? And you can.
Okay. What did I tell you guys? What the fuck did I say when I went over this the other night? 2 nights ago, to be exact. What did I say? I said that this dude right here jumped right into the implication that there was some sort of collusion going on between, some sort of money exchange going on between Karen Reed, Jackson Unetti, and Sean on the Gulf. He's trying to imply that there was some sort of PR thing going on and that Sean was under their employ. Although he doesn't say it here on the video that he's reviewing, I said it when we were reviewing it. And what did we just hear Plevin say? In his review of that, Plevin said that Sean was part of a PR team that he was being paid by Karen Reed. So immediately, that's confirmation right there that immediately Plevin is going for the jugular. He's blowing his load in his pants right off the bat. Immediately, just totally busting his nut early before he even gets it out of his pants. Asking this shit. I mean, and what's Sean gonna say? Let's just say Sean is. You know what I mean? Sean's going to see that coming a mile away. That's a telegraphed punch right there. Sean's going to see that coming a mile away, and if he's lying about it, he's going to lie about it. You know, he's going to see that. He's going to have plenty of time to fucking think of something. But the thing is it doesn't make sense that they would be paying Sean for what he's doing. It doesn't make sense. Because the fact is that I believe that if they were actually getting a PR team, we would see true signs of an actual professional PR team. A PR team that would be at the level of Jackson and Yannetti. And Sean is not that type of expert that they would hire for that. Now, is he credible? Absolutely. What I'm saying is I don't see him being the type of style that Karen Reed's defense team would think would be the best person to represent them as far as a stamp of being the public relations guy. I just don't see it being Sean. And that's not to say he's not qualified. I'm saying I feel like they would go a different route considering what they're trying to do. Sean is too colorful for them. They're not going to do that. You know what I mean? Sean is very overzealous and he's very vocal and he's very loud. He's very enthusiastic. So I see Sean's behavior being that of somebody who is absolutely genuinely passionate about this case, not somebody who's getting a paycheck. That's not the vibe I'm getting from him. You could smell that shit. If you've ever had to deal with anybody who had a PR team, you could smell that shit on them. There's YouTubers who have PR people. Like, you could tell in the things that are being said, the things that Sean has been saying, they're not the type of things that a paid PR person would be saying. It's like when you call a customer service representative. If you call customer service in some company and then you end up talking to somebody in some other country who's reading a script, you can fucking tell. That's what I'm saying. If you've ever dealt with PR people, there's like a guideline that they go by as far as what they say and what they do and how they act. And there's a guideline to it where you could absolutely tell that it's somebody who's professionally doing it. Sean is just a passionate guy saying, who I've been talking to, and this is what I've been getting this is where I've been forming my opinions, and this is why. And I'll bet you anything, blah, blah, blah. He's very, very, like I said, he's very enthusiastic. He's too enthusiastic to be on somebody's payroll.
That's the answer. You can answer what you want.
I'm going to answer very, very honestly. I made a donation to Karen. I got an email from Jackson. I got an email from Karen thanking me. I think they were boilerplates. That was probably after I did my first show or just before in June with Aiden. All right. I saw Karen in the actual Facebook Messenger. It said Karen Reed, and like a inquisitive type guy. I said, "Is this really you?" And she says, "Yes, it is." I said, "Oh my God." That was that. All right. I've never spoken to Yannetti, and the only times I've sent 4 leads to Alan Jackson, 4 leads. He's never given me any counseling. He's never given me any things to say, no direction. And as far as Leah, the FBI agent, Peter Murphy had a 3-hour conversation with.
So let's stop there for a moment. It wasn't exactly clear how often the communications are with Alan Jackson. He said, never told me what to say. I don't think he has to. They're on the same team. So you give him something.
Now, I could see John being an investigator to some degree, to some capacity for the defense, but it doesn't sound like he's being paid for it. He's saying, hey, I got this lead and I got this lead, and I forwarded them to Jackson. I forwarded whatever I heard, I gave it to Alan Jackson. Again, that just seems like somebody that's, if you ran down a lead and you got this evidence, well then, of course, especially if you believe Karen Reed is guilty, who else would you give it to? You're not going to give it to the system that you believe is corrupt and trying to frame her. You're going to give it to her defense team who's fighting that. Of course. But that doesn't mean that he's being paid. That means that through his own volition, he is going out and figuring out what he can and putting things together and applying his resources to get to the truth. And whatever he finds out that's worth anything, he will forward to Yannetti or Jackson. That's what somebody who is a did I misspeak? Sorry about that. That's I mean that's what you do. That's what Turtle Boy did. I mean, that's what you do. If on a moral level, if you come up with something that goes towards proving that an innocent person is being framed, well then you share this information with her defense team. That's the ethical, moral thing to do. That's not nefarious in any way.
Something that could be useful to support Karen, and Sean's going to run with it. You don't have to say, go run with it. He's going to run with it. Okay. We don't know how often his contacts are with Yannetti. I don't know if he's had any. I do know he's had frequent contacts with Alan Jackson, and I do know that he communicates very regularly via the encryption app Signal with Karen. Now, I mentioned there, I'm not going to ask you what your sources are, but Sean, what is he? He's not a reporter. Okay. And
no, he's an experienced investigator. Like, here you are, just salty as fuck. Salty as fuck. You're like, who is this guy? What is he doing? You know what I mean? Clever, get out of there. Come on. You're all salty about what he's doing and what his involvement is. What's he getting out of this? Dude, you're sitting here and you're trying to point out what he's getting out of this without even entertaining the possibility that he's doing this because he actually cares about the truth. I mean,
if maybe he is now, right? But if you're going to take on the mantle of journalist, did journalists communicate with defendants or anybody over an encryption app? I never heard Gretchen Voss say that she communicated with Karen when she was working on her Boston Magazine story over Signal. No.
Right. Olivia, exactly.
When you're trying to hide what you're doing, not just protect the source. I'm not talking about that, but you're hiding, you're doing something that might be a little bit shady and might come back later on.
Who's doing something shady?
If authorities get access to your messages, maybe, I don't know, but I don't, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe CNN guys really do communicate over encryption app. I don't know. But to me, it seems that generally, if you're doing that, you're probably up to something, right?
Her partner, JH, and another agent. I got his number. I got her number from him because
if you think you're being framed and things are being twisted, things are being used against you in a violation of your rights, well, yeah, of course you would use an encrypted app to protect yourself. Of course. If you feel like your rights are already being violated, then yes, of course, I'm going to protect myself from somebody listening in. I'm going to put a fucking piece of fucking tape over my camera when I open my laptop. You know what I mean? Like, of course, who the fuck wouldn't do that? Right. I mean, that's what it boils down to. People speak up because we can. It's our fundamental American right. Thank God we have that right. Exactly. That's exactly right.
I had 2 victims of sexual assault, and you know one of them.
Yeah,
And
please don't mention their names. Yeah.
No, I won't. No, I definitely won't. Because I interviewed her. All right.
Yeah.
You know that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I referred those 2 women to Special Agent Farrar. I've never spoken to her until one day I got this phone call. They had a Chelsea exchange here in Naples, and I answered. She said to me, "Hello, is this Sean McDonough?" I said, "Yes." She says, "Well, you're hard to find." That's a lie. She knew she could find me. And she said, "Would you please start giving my number out?" I said, "What do you mean?" She says, "I just got more calls from these women in Canton that got threatening letters." And I said, "Well, I didn't give them your number." I said, "I don't even know those persons." I said, "The only persons I sent you were those 2 victims of sexual assault." She says, "Oh, okay, I'm sorry." And that was it. I've never spoken.
So I can't dispute this. There were some victims that came up, and I wanted to help. And when I reached out to Sean, he wanted to help too. So, like I said, this is part of this whole thing that breaks my heart, seeing him on that clip from Brian's channel.
Bro, because maybe he's not the problem. Maybe you're the fucking problem. Like, why is that so hard for you to even consider? Maybe you're the fucking problem. Maybe this dude is consistent with everything that he's been saying and doing, and you're the one who flipped, and you're just pissed off that the rest of the world didn't flip with you. Like, exactly, Olivia. Oh my God, Funky Fresh app.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Funky Fresh app, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Funky Fresh and the Get Fresh crew.
Accusing innocent people of something that he knows probably isn't true. I know it's not true. He knows he's reporting something. He's creating that smear with a falsehood. But in other instances, he's trying to do the right thing, and he did here. I was trying to do the right thing too. Neither one of us wanted to take this on. These ladies didn't seem to know where else to turn. And unfortunately, and I tried to get also other journalists, bigger journalists to me with more resources to take it on. And I wasn't able to do that. So I went forward with it on the channel in the most careful way that I could. And I have no training for that, and I don't have a legal department. So I just wanted to do what was right to protect the person who was accused, since we didn't know, and then also protect the women, and to make an environment where people were comfortable coming forward. And then maybe if we had enough people, then we could get either a bigger reporter or somebody in law enforcement more interested in it. So Sean tried to do the right thing. I tried to do the right thing. And of course, as we did that, the Turtle Riders attacked me and said, "Why would you ever trust Kevin? Why would you ever trust the guy telling the truth in this case?" But all right, there you go.
To anyone from the Bureau regarding this case.
But you don't tell
other
the
than
truth.
her phone call to me. And
How
that's
did you
just-
get her?
that's-
But you don't tell the truth, dude.
How did you get her number, Sean?
I just told her from Peter Murphy. From Peter Murphy.
Peter Murphy. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I'm not on any PR. I know it looks kind of crazy because here I am, 66 years old, trying to fake myself as a YouTube person. But no, I just figured, you know something? It was at 2 o'clock in the morning on Friday morning of last week. I said, hell, I can do this. I got on the StreamYard YouTube. I got on the YouTube thing. I have my own YouTube channel. I said, I'm going to do this because I'm sick and tired of sitting back and not having a voice the way I want to have it. And I did it.
Yeah.
And I went on live at 7 o'clock.
I mean, that was the thing is like when I had Sean up here, I got a lot of shit for cutting him off a few times while he was, but I mean, I'm just simply trying to manage time, you know. Normally I like to try to keep these things at about 3 hours, and then, you know, if I can go longer, then I will. But I try to keep these things give or take about 3 hours, and I had, you know, I was trying to manage time. And so that's the thing is Sean had a lot to say. And the most logical thing to do when you have so much to say and you're just basically spreading yourself over other people's YouTube channels, what makes the most sense is to make your own YouTube channel and just broadcast and say what you want and bring the people on that you want and take as much time as you want to make your points. That is the most logical and most rational thing to do. That's why it's called YouTube. It makes perfect sense for him to start his own channel and not, and not put himself in a position to where someone else controls how much time he has to speak and talk about something. And I absolutely support that. I support everyone here in starting a YouTube channel. Every single person in this chat, I encourage you to start your YouTube channel. If you have strong opinions on this case and you want to say something, absolutely start a YouTube channel. Of course. I mean,
that night. That's it.
So how did the FBI learn about Peter Murphy?
So before I ever met Peter, this is the new,
oh my God.
This is the new
I think we got a super chat.
You know,
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Funky Fresh App is on one tonight. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Funky Fresh App. It's very generous. Thank you so much.
You don't meet people. You have internet relationships, right? As a matter of fact, when I saw Peter backstage for the first time, I said, my God, this is what you look like. I never knew what he looked like. So back when I first saw Peter make that donation to Karen Reed. All right.
So Peter and Sean didn't even know each other. Peter just explained to him like, hey, I'm this guy and I know this person and I know that person. And this is, yeah. Like, and he wouldn't say this shit unless, I mean, I'm pretty sure Sean vetted Peter Murphy. I'm pretty sure he did. As seriously as Sean is taking all this, I can't imagine that he did not vet Peter Murphy before bringing him on and putting his name behind his. You know what I mean? Like what Peter Murphy brought to the table is a lot. So all
right. He obviously had a relationship with the defense team. He had been providing information to the defense. And as you heard on my show, I can't believe I'm saying this, my show, right? He intimated that he made a phone call.
A paid actor, right?
The U.S. Attorney's Office, and he says he picked up Josh Levy on the phone. Levy.
Again, this is absurd, and Sean knows it's absurd.
No, it's not.
And I remember listening to Sean.
It's not absurd. It's surprising to some degree, sure. When I first heard, I was watching Sean's stream live when he had Peter Murphy up there. And I was watching as he said that, and I was just like, wow, sure. But my instinct was not to call him a liar. If I've got a guy up here who's claiming to be law enforcement and trained people for the Canton Police Department and ran for chief, well then shit. You know what I mean? If he says that he spoke to Josh Levy directly, I have no reason not to believe him. Why would my instinct immediately kick in to call him a liar? Unless I'm just a fucking asshole. You know what I mean? Oh my goodness.
Get the I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Thank you so much, Melissa. All my Boston friends I just left New Edition concert. Had all 6 and they were amazing. That's awesome. So excited to catch Glare live this late. Oh, that's great. Man, that's awesome, dude. New Edition. Please don't go, girl. No, that's New Kids on the Block. My bad. I like New Edition, man. Oh yeah, cool it now. You got to slow it down, slow down. That's my shit. Hell yeah. I'm jealous.
If you want to hear it told, it was on Sean's inaugural episode. And I could see on Sean's face that he was like, you sure about that, Peter? But again, this is, people need to, when you're confronted with falsehood, you need to push back. If people tell you things that are clearly absurd, there is no way that Josh Levy is answering the phones. We had budget cutbacks, and all of a sudden they get rid of all the secretaries, and Josh has to answer all the phones there. They have no lawyers under him. I mean, this is the only people over Josh Levy on the chain of command is the Attorney General in Washington and the President of the United States. That's how the U.S. Attorney is a very high position. I mean, this is like calling 911 and the police chief answers the phone, and you live in Boston and the police chief answers the phone. I mean, it's crazy.
And I said, "You kidding me?" He said, "Yeah, but he directed me to the agents who were investigating the Canton wing, and that's how he got involved." And so those 3 people he talked about were active police officers at the time that John was killed. 2 retired shortly after that. Okay.
Thank you, Gerda K. Thank you for all the fun. Remember for 2 months. Right on. Appreciate it. Welcome. Glad you're here. So Plevin keeps saying that. Like, he keeps saying how absurd it is. Like, immediately he just goes to, this guy's a liar. Not possibly that he is a high-ranking retired. He has friends where he probably got a direct line to Josh Levy, because that exists. Josh Levy has an office and has a cell phone and has a phone on his desk in his office, and there is a direct line to him, guaranteed. Everyone has a direct line. Every phone has a way to get to it directly, of course. It is not so hard to believe that somebody with the people that Peter Murphy claims to know would have access to a direct line to get to Josh Levy, and provided him with this if he had valuable information that he needed to know. It's not crazy at all. It's not absurd. Like, Plevin, why are you like this, dude? Why?
I'm retarded?
Okay. Okay.
One being Wanless, and the other one was current until about maybe 3 months ago, or 2 months, maybe recently, 1 month. So he was pressuring them to say, listen, guys, you know, you guys must know something. And they said, no, we don't know anything. And I didn't realize that there was, even though they were friends of his, you know, I was getting the impression that maybe it was a distant friendship. But he then went personally to all three, but he went to Wanless. This is his story. And I believe him because he took notes. He's got the notes. He's got everything documented. And he had the conversation. And furthermore, he's gone to Wanless's shop every time he's in Canton to get a cup of coffee. It seems like all the cops end up at Wallace's shop. He talks
Again,
to
just
Wallace and he
how
tells the story from there.
I may have missed this, Sean. So, but how did the FBI come to be aware of Murphy or Wanless?
Okay, so
I don't think that was in there.
Murphy reached out to the U.S. Attorney's Office, and they referred him, Murphy.
Oh, that's right.
to
I'm sorry. Yeah, I
the
got you.
FBI.
That's right. Yeah. Did you find that part of the story strange? I found it was a little bit. Again, I found Murphy to
And I
be,
wish I had a
credible in
timestamp.
some ways and likable.
I wish I had a timestamp for when Peter Murphy tells Sean that he got directly through to Peter Murphy. Like, I wish I had a timestamp because Plevin says that Sean even calls bullshit by his look. He's just like, you know, like even Sean didn't believe it. Bullshit. I mean, I don't know, maybe, but I'm sure he probably gave a surprise look. I was surprised, but I wasn't. At the end of the day, I was just like, okay, well, I mean, why the fuck would this guy lie about that? Anne Marie, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I mean,
but I found it strange, the idea that in his story that he said he called the U.S. attorneys and Josh Levy. That's like calling the White House.
Well, no, I mean,
okay, it seems a little weird.
So,
he keeps saying
so
that.
I guess
that's like calling the White House. No, it's not. It's not.
Yes, all right.
It's not even
He goes on
anything
YouTube,
like that.
I mean, not YouTube. He goes on Google, and he finds out the telephone number is listed. And I guess since he realized that Josh Levy was involved in this thing.
So there's my second. You heard the ding. That was my second text message during this whole episode.
He saw his number, he called it, and I guess Josh answered. But Josh basically said, "No, I'm going to refer you to the agents," and that's how that happened.
Dude, the next time, like, I go live during the day, so I plan, on streaming the Karen Reed hearing on Tuesday. And Turtle Boy mentioned on his live today that he would like to join me for that stream. I would love that. That would be great. So I hope that we can get together and we can actually provide you guys with that and make that happen. So I'm really looking forward to that. Sarah, thank you for the Venmo. I just saw the notification come through. Appreciate that, Sarah. I would love for that to happen. But when this does happen, I'm going to conduct an experiment. I'm going to see if I can't find, I'm not making any promises, but I'm going to see if I can't find Josh Levy's direct line, and I'm going to try to call him live on the stream just to see what happens. Now, I would be surprised if I got through, but I'm curious. Maybe I won't do that because I really don't want to like waste his time. You know what I mean? That's kind of stupid and shitty. Maybe I won't do that. Because what if I get through to him and I'm just gonna be like, yeah, I just wanted to see if I could just get through. That's really stupid. So no, I just realized no, I'm not gonna do that. But I am curious. I would be curious to know if it's that easy to get a hold of Josh Levy. He's just a busy guy, and I'm not going to waste his time with bullshit just to prove Plevin wrong. Like, that's absurd. That's absurd. So, no, I'm not going to do that. This is an example of me thinking out loud, guys. I do this a lot.
Okay. Thank you. That does make it clear.
As far as Wallace goes, he provided everything to David Yannetti. I've seen the notes. I've seen the
There's
emails.
no question that,
and then
there's no question that is worth like coming from me. There's no question
that is good enough to bother Josh Levy with. Okay, there's just not. just to be as abundantly clear about that as I can. There's no question coming from me that could be important enough to interrupt Josh Levy and his pursuit for justice, which he does on a daily basis. Not doing that. Just not doing it. So
he provided all that in a telephonic interview with both the leading agents for the Canton wing of the FBI.
Mhm. I want to point out here that despite the numerous hearings that we've had since whenever this exchange of information between Wanless and Yannetti occurred, it's never been mentioned by the defense lawyers in any of the hearings. That doesn't mean it won't come up at some point, but it doesn't seem like it's important to them. I've never heard any indications from any of the scuttlebutt that it's come up.
wait,
hearings that we've had since whenever this exchange of information between Wanless and Yannetti occurred, it's never been mentioned by the defense lawyers in any of the hearings. That doesn't mean it won't come up at some point, but
that's not unusual. That's not weird. Okay, every hearing, literally every hearing since they have presented to the judge beyond a reasonable doubt, without like fact that, like, once these letters were made public, okay, once it was public that these letters existed, every hearing that took place was designed to figure out a date when they could present the findings of the U.S. Attorney's investigation into the Norfolk County DA's office. That's exactly what it was. Every single time it was trying to decide when they should hold a hearing to discuss the findings. They don't know. They need time to present a case, to present their case as to why they are asking for a dismissal of Karen Reed's charges, and they are asking that the Norfolk County DA's office be disqualified from the case. That's a big deal. That takes preparation. That there is 3,100 pages of documentation. And what is it? 1.3 gigabytes of data? I don't know anything about gigabytes and shit like that. I'm terrible when it comes to tech. But I think that's what I remember him saying. I mean, there's a lot of shit to go through. There's a lot to go through. So yeah, there's the daylight savings. It's bullshit. I know. It's 3 a.m. now. And I don't blame anybody for tapping out, man. Like, you can catch the replay if you want. I mean, that's how I am about this stuff, man. Like, off the subject for a second, I'll tell you guys, if I happen to be live at the same time as someone else, just go watch them. It's okay. I'll leave my live stream up and you can catch the replay. I am perfectly okay with that. I'm not going to take it personally. I'm not going to get upset about it. It's perfectly okay to switch over, log off of this stream, catch the replay later. It'll be up. It's perfectly okay. Okay?
It doesn't seem like it's important to them. I've never heard any indications from any of the scuttlebutt that it's come up. So we'll see.
Now, I do not know if Wanless was ever interviewed. I would imagine he would have been.
Right.
Yeah, no, you guys got me.
To...
You guys got me as long as this second pot of coffee lasts me. And I just poured my first cup from it. So we got a few.
Another thing. The taillight, okay, that we're talking about, the picture you have is the picture while it's on the SUV. Okay, that's not the taillight off the SUV. It's literally on the SUV. And you're correct. that taillight was taken off probably on February 2nd. The problem we have here, Kevin, is this, and this is coming from Wallace himself. He said the problem was when she backed up into John's car, she cracked the backup light, not the red part, the backup light, which is between and above the red. And that part of the tail light, of that part, went inside the housing. And according to Wanless, what he was told is that when it got back to Canton, now listen, I mean, this is what's being said. They had nothing to link Karen to the scene, and they wanted to get those pieces out. In doing so, they took the pieces, they went to get those pieces, and they went too far. And then something cracked. Now, you can actually see when the light.
Everything that Sean is saying right now is absolutely plausible. Everything.
On the right-hand side, the red part is moved. You can see a tool mark, like a tool mark evidence where there's a scrape. And I talked to the Lexus guy down. He said that car back in 2022 just probably came off the assembly line. That should have never been on that part of it's carbonite. It's I forget what he told me. There should have never been a scrape.
Well, I just want to replay that there, just so you can see.
This is what's being said. They had nothing to link Karen to the scene, and they wanted to get those pieces out. In doing so, they took the pieces, they went to get those pieces, and they went too far. And then something cracked. Now, you can actually see when the light on the right-hand side, the red part is moved. You can see a tool mark, like a tool mark evidence where there's a scrape. And I talked to the Lexus guy down. He said that car back in 2022 just probably came off the assembly line. That should have never been on that part of it's carbonite. It's I forget what he told me.
I don't know if you can see that there. What's in my hand? You see that? What's in my hand? It's right above where the name Kevin is on the screen there. That is a pen. Okay.
Oh, nobody.
So for all the people that were in chat, and I'm looking at these old comments now, Kevin, you're so rude texting. Well, instead of listening to your guests, no, I was listening to every word and writing notes. That's a pen in my hand. I showed you the notepad, and I showed it to you afterwards too.
Oh my God, I don't care.
I want to again, thanks James, thanks Brian for the donation, appreciate it. Tracy, thank you, and Colin, thank you very much. I think Colin's in Canada. All right, let's get back.
You big dummy.
To the show.
There should have never been a scrape. He said that's evidence of something being pried or chiseled, not chiseled, but manipulated. Okay. And Kevin, to be honest, listen, we can debate this all you want. That light on the side, and listen, I use Proctor's own words. He didn't say crack like Jen McCabe did, or Kerry Roberts, or matter of fact, Karen Reed. They all three of them saw it, and they said it was cracked. When that car pulls out on the right side, now listen very closely. Proctor's own words in the affidavit under oath. He said,
that's a fact. Karen Reed, Kerry Roberts, and Jennifer McCabe all said that the light was cracked. They all said it.
The right rear, right side taillight is smashed. I mean, shattered with a large piece missing.
All right. Again, I understand people focus on things like this, but it's more likely that what is going on with Michael Proctor is your wording becomes more careful in describing something over time. So initially, in his first report, people look at a broken taillight and they call it cracked. Now, that's the case for a wide range of things, of breaks with a taillight. It's just a common expression to say the taillight was cracked. Okay. It doesn't mean literally that there's only just a crack. It might mean that, or it might mean a lot more, and there are pieces missing. But no one's going to say, you don't walk out to your, somebody backs into your car tomorrow when you go to the supermarket and there's some pieces missing. And then you're going to text your friend, you're going to say, yeah, somebody knocked pieces out of my taillight. No, you're going to say somebody cracked my taillight. It's just a common expression.
Wrong.
The way to do it. Now, is it
Wrong.
suspicious that under grand jury?
Wrong. No. What's going to end up happening is someone is going to say that their taillight has been shattered. If it's broken into 37 pieces, you're going to say that my taillight's been fucking shattered. The taillight's fucking shattered, dude. You're calling somebody on the phone and you're bitching about it. Naturally, like you're going to jump to the worst fucking scenario when you're complaining about it. That's what complaining, that's one of the fucking symptoms of people who fucking complain. Dude, you know, like you're pissed off and you're going to fucking make it out to be more than what it really is. More likely than making it less than what it is. You're not going to go, like, if it's in fucking 37 fucking pieces, you're not going to go, yeah, it's cracked. No, you're going to say, my fucking taillight smashed. My fucking taillight smashed. Nobody's going to call it cracked, bro. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, how do you even, I don't understand how you come up with this bullshit, dude.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
Jury testimony, which apparently Sean has access to. I don't know how that happens, but it sounds like he does. So, because that would be impounded evidence, but apparently Sean has access to it unless that was mentioned somewhere in one of the other documents put out by the defense. I don't think they did, though. But anyways, now he's expanded it to say there were pieces missing. But by that time, you're in front of a grand jury and you're trying to be descriptive. It's not the same when you're just writing a quick report.
No, it's exactly the same.
Report earlier, and you haven't had time to even think about. It's not the same when you're just writing a quick report earlier, and you haven't had descriptive. It's not the same when you're just writing a quick report earlier, and
it's absolutely the same. Do you know why that's the same? Because every fucking detail in that report has to be accurate, because you're taking down that report for the purpose of it possibly being presented in court at some point. Simple. That's a fact. That's the only reason paperwork exists. The only reason that paperwork exists is because it has to be considered possibly being presented in court. That's why it has to be accurate. That's why it has to be detailed. So no, you're not going to get cracked and you're not going to get smashed differently in different reports and expect that shit to fly with a jury. It's never going to happen. So yes, there's a massive, concise difference between cracked and smashed when it comes to documenting evidence, especially if it's the evidence that is especially if this evidence is meant to be the smoking gun in a murder case. Because if the taillight is the evidence, the taillight being broken is the evidence that John O'Keefe was hit with this car, well, then you want to get every single detail of that evidence correct. You are not going to slack on that. But the thing is it's not just the taillight. It's everything. It's how this entire investigation has been conducted. That's the problem. That is the overall issue. The issue that none of us can get over. The issue as to why we're all sitting here at 3 a.m. discussing this case is because There's something seriously wrong with this entire investigation. The crack in the taillight or the smash taillight, that is just a drop in the bucket of what is wrong with this investigation. That's why we're all here. That's why all of those hundreds of people gather outside of the courthouse with Free Karen Reed t-shirts and signs. Because there's an overwhelming amount of doubt in this case. And it doesn't make sense that these experienced investigators would conduct every other investigation surrounding it up to par with what's expected of investigators, except for this case where a Boston police officer was killed. It doesn't add up. It screams corruption. It's more than just negligence. It has to be. It has to be. There's no way that they would investigate. It's not a coincidence. It cannot be a coincidence that these investigators conduct such thorough investigations on every other case surrounding this case. Such thorough investigations. But when it comes to investigating the death of a police officer outside of the home of another police officer, everything is, all procedure is thrown straight to fucking shit. It's flushed down the toilet. That is suspicious. That's not negligence. That's suspicious.
And you haven't had time to even think about the meaning of of those words. That meaning grows over time as you understand. It's when I write anything under later rewrites, it becomes more clear. That's why, as a writer, you always want to rewrite things.
What the fuck are you talking about?
That card, 508.
Oh, and I also want to mention. So apparently, the theory here is that because I've never understood what the purpose is of
What the fuck are you talking
or how the
about?
conspirators suddenly became interested in removing the taillight. And I know now they're trying to say the issue is a chain of custody.
And his name is
But none of
John
that
Cena!
How there was a conspiracy.
I had to wake you guys up. I just wanted to wake you guys up. That's all.
It doesn't make sense. So obviously what they're saying is that the car was towed back to the garage, and even though it's under 24-hour surveillance, the troopers took the risk of grabbing with some pliers or something some pieces of plastic and then racing down to the crime scene, which was 5, 6, 7 minutes away. And at that time, the state police CERT team was setting up, and there was a news crew there, and there were neighbors around. And one of the troopers, and I don't see how it could be Proctor because Morrissey said he wasn't there, but everybody likes to go with that name. So if you're going to go with the conspiracy.
That's because he fucking lied. Proctor was absolutely there. He fucking lied. Morrissey lied several times. Several times, Morrissey lied in that statement. And here you are hanging on it like it's the truth, when he's given you reason to know that he's a liar. In that same public statement, he said that Proctor and the McCabe's, the Proctors and the McCabe's had no personal relationship, and he had no motive to plant that evidence. And yet we're talking about 5 undocumented searches. For some reason, this is okay with Plevin, that there are 5 undocumented searches. And his excuse is, well, they don't know. It's not their job to collect evidence. Exactly. Why aren't you questioning why they were the ones collecting the evidence? Why aren't you questioning that? That's the problem. Yeah, and I was just going to say that too, Olivia. Where's the evidence that it's under 24-hour surveillance? Who said that? Where'd that come from? Where did you get that tidbit of information, Plevin? Like, you make shit up and then you accuse Sean of making things up, which is fascinating.
conspiracy theory. So Proctor manages to go there. I guess nobody ever sees him or recognizes him on the state police. So he goes and he not only drops
Oh my
that main
goodness.
piece of plastic, he buries it because it's found buried in the snow. And you can see that in the discovery.
I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Funky Fresh app. Thank you so much, man. You're spoiling me tonight. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Like, yeah, Plevin's just making shit up. It's so bizarre.
Report too, by the way. There's actually an item listed about the snowbank. So you're gonna find really accurate testimony from the CERT team in the trial that describes how deep they had to dig in order to find that piece and how much digging they had to do. It was found at 5:45. So maybe they were digging for 15, 20 minutes. I'm guessing on that. I don't really know. But so what does Wanless have to do? So then, as I said last night, so the vehicle in these situations is towed to a secure facility where it's under surveillance, and it's a murder weapon. You got to treat it like a murder weapon.
Right.
So it's got to be under constant protection. And so teams.
Right. So, yeah. So let's just say, since it's a murder weapon, right? And you have to treat it like a murder weapon. Wouldn't you document everything involving this murder weapon? Everything? Wouldn't every single thing be documented? Wouldn't it be made available for discovery for the defense so that you could present your case beyond a reasonable doubt? Say, yeah, sure, here you go, defense. We got this locked. We'll give you your client an opportunity to plead out, and we're good. But no, this isn't happening. This hasn't happened for 2 years. Oh my goodness, Suzanne.
Get the. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad. Super dad. Super dad. Super dad. I think we got a super dad.
Suzanne, thank you so much. The curved piece of taillight was on top of 18 inches of snow and a footprint beneath. Levitating taillight. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, 18 inches of snow, right?
Yes! I like it.
Oh my God, Plevin, you're killing me, buddy.
Come in to scrub it down. You have the chem team. I'm not sure if there are other teams, and they're looking for any piece of evidence inside and out, top and bottom, blood, DNA, glass pieces, inside the car, if there's a broken glass or anything at all, anything that could be human hairs, any kind of evidence. And then at some point, the cars team comes in. There's different things that they do. There's testing that goes on the vehicle to make sure that the alarms were working and all that stuff. There's a variety of it. These are procedures that these teams are highly trained, right? So the accusation here is that they, for some reason, I guess, didn't know how to remove a taillight from a Lexus. Now, this is a cars team. Dealing with cars is what they do. But, I can't completely dismiss the idea, but I don't understand why it's suspicious. I don't understand why the conspirators would go in and interrupt the cars team and bring in Wanless. None of it makes sense. I really, and you listen to this explanation, we'll go further with it. I'm not trying to slam Sean, but I'm just saying, if you can make sense of this, I've been working on this for months, going back to when he first told me about this stuff this summer, and it's never made sense to me.
I can make sense of it, Plevin. The reason why it's suspicious that this civilian removed the taillight, because this has been explained to you, by the way. It's just you don't seem to. But the reason why it's suspicious, Plevin, is because it was never documented. Because you had this civilian remove the taillight for this investigative team, and it was never documented. That means that the chain of custody is tainted. The chain of custody in the smoking gun piece of evidence, the actual murder weapon, as you stated yourself, it was not documented. That this man, this person, and his actions did not happen, and he does not exist on paper in this investigation. That means that if you present this in court, if the prosecution presents their case and fails to show any documentation, well, then there's nothing to prove that that's how their investigation took place. There's nothing to prove this.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Scott McGinnis, thank you, buddy. Plevin needs the mind blow vid. Plevin, there's a possibility of corrupt police. I know you refuse to accept it, but there's absolutely the possibility of corrupt police. And yes, Plevin, and since you requested it, Scott McGinnis, I'll set it up. Plevin, it's not so crazy. It's not so crazy. It's absolutely suspicious that what you considered yourself to be the murder weapon, the handling of this evidence was undocumented. The chain of custody is fucked, which means the evidence is worthless. Explosion. There you go, Scott McGinnis. Yeah, this guy is fucking fantastic, dude. Like, seriously, Plevin.
This guy is unfucking believable.
Wait, it does not look like that. And furthermore, at 4:30 on the tow ramp, it doesn't look like that.
Yo,
that picture you have,
what's up, buddy?
is what it was like after they tried to get those little pieces out to put down at the scene.
Mm-hmm.
And I know you think it's difficult.
Yeah,
but it's not.
It's
not difficult.
Can we just back up just a little bit, Sean? Because
they can back up as far as you want.
Okay, so you kind of started to go into, and I don't think it was fully clear. At least it wasn't to me. So if we could get you to repeat it, what I want to know about is the purpose of having Wanless remove the taillight. When did that happen? I think you said February 2nd, but when?
Okay,
what was
so
the purpose?
let's figure this out, right? We know by the state police reports, right, that the real work on the car, right, the real work between the cars doing the backup inspections and whatever the evidence collection was, like this, I don't know who they used, right, processing. We knew that happened around February 1st, February 2nd, because it's in their reports.
Okay.
Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that, no, they couldn't, because they had to keep the housing on to do those tests. So the theory is they didn't know how to take it off. They called Wanless. And this is what I'm trying to tell everyone. It's not what Wanless did, all right? It's not that what he did is illegal. It's what Proctor didn't do. And Proctor did not put him on any reports. And I'm going to make this painstakingly clear. And I think
painstakingly clear,
in the chat here will attest to this. You can't mess around with the chain of custody. You cannot. The chain of custody is primo. And it's not about ego. It's not about anything. So
the chain of custody, bro. It's not that difficult to understand.
What Wanless gets himself in the trick bag is
Plevin. True Crime 101. Chain of custody. Evidence. Okay? You got undocumented people handling the evidence. That means fingerprints, DNA, all kinds of shit gets all over it. That means the evidence is no good. You have to document every single person that handled it. Document that they wore gloves. Document, put it in a fucking bag, and it has to be dated and timed. Photographs have to be taken. Like, that's how it works. It's how it works, Plevin.
He technically admits to Murphy that he potentially tampered with evidence. He complicates his position when he refuses to tell Peter who sent him up to take the taillight off.
Mhm.
That makes no sense. He's putting him.
All right. So Wanless is, if this is a conspiracy, right? He's yapping, right? He's not exactly trying to keep quiet here. He's talking to who knows how many people, but I'm going to guess it's more than just Murphy. In fact, when Murphy tells his story to Sean, he says that while Murphy was interviewing Wanless, there were other people there. I think it was probably in the auto body shop. Wanless owns an auto body shop. So he's willing to sign supposedly an affidavit talking to Yannetti, saying that his theory, Wanless's theory, it sounds like, is what he's saying. The theory that he gave Murphy was that they scratched the inside of the taillight as they were trying to
Today, Junior,
the glass, say at 510 in the garage. And I don't know how removing the taillight would cover that up, but whatever the case is, Wanless seems to be, at least the way they're describing Wanless's story, he's kind of eager to say, all right, there's something messed up here. But yet, despite that eagerness, he's not willing to say who ordered him, who ordered the code red. Not willing to say that.
Putting himself in the trick bag, right, of taking the taillight off with no documentation. Yet the easiest thing to do, and that's legal too. He followed a legal order from a supervisor.
No offense,
why wouldn't he?
but you are a stupid asshole.
That's not that in itself. He's following orders, a direct order from a supervisor.
What?
Why would he not say that? That doesn't make sense.
Okay. So it's still not 100% clear to me. What was the purpose? Who do you think was in the garage? Were there a lot of people there when they had Wanless do this? You're saying
I have no
this
idea.
happened?
I have no idea. If I had Wanless, I'd ask those questions.
Okay, so
I have no idea.
So my understanding of the way it works is first the state police bring in the chem team, and they do this that night. Over.
What do you get these fucking idiots, huh? Where do you get
presumably
them?
that night. I haven't seen documentation, but
I don't see a
they
report that says. I don't see a report that they said they did that. I see a report documents what they did on February 1st to February 2nd.
Okay, that may be. I don't know where you get these reports, but I don't have
read
access.
them. Because I read them.
But I don't have access to them. I'm not sure. So just to say, I don't know when the chem team arrived, whether it was that night or the next day or 2 days later. There was a blizzard going on. I don't know how long the chem team
he got it
takes to do this
right here, bro.
I don't know if there
It's
were
right here.
other teams or experts that arrived
There you
before the
go.
chem team. I have no idea. All right, I'm just
it's all right there, bro. You can thank Sleuthy Goosey for that.
I've been able to find
who I haven't seen in a while. I haven't even seen her post anything in a while. Anybody heard from Sleuthy Goosey?
Generally how this works, that these highly trained teams come in and approach it in a rigorous way, and then you can kind of figure it out rationally from there. So when I said that night, I don't actually know that. I'm just throwing that out there for Sean, but he seems to have. He's talking about reports that he's read though, and I don't know where he gets these reports, because I've read every document
right here, bro,
that I can get my hands on. Every public document. I don't know where that, so I don't see these things. There's a lot, most of this evidence has been impounded in discovery, and no one has access to it except for the prosecution and the defense team. So
what exactly
getting
is
a sense
impounded?
that Sean has access to some of this stuff.
What exactly is impounded? Right? Like, what exactly is impounded, Plevin? What do you know that's impounded? Exactly.
stuff. I don't know.
I'll
Maybe
send
you
them to
have
you.
access.
I'll send them to you.
Sure.
It's in the
Thank you.
charging document.
Maybe they. Oh, good to
It's-
see everybody
it's
here.
in the
Maybe
charging
they
documents.
accidentally. I'll have to go back again. Sorry, I don't know exactly what time it is, so I'll have to guess. Oh, Julio is a former. All right. Let's see.
Because I read them.
I don't have access to them. I'm not sure
I'll
where
send
you
them
have
to you.
access.
I'll send them to you.
Sure.
It's in the
Thank you.
charging documents, and it's also
All right.
It's in the charging
My
documents.
understanding
Brian
though
covers.
is the chem team goes over the car as a team, and the SUV is in a garage that has 24-hour surveillance, camera
Yep, that's
surveillance.
what they
All
say.
right.
That's what they
So
say.
they go through it every square inch looking for evidence, and then when they're done,
They
have the
process
taillight.
it. They process it.
Yes,
What
so
they
right,
do is
yeah.
they process it.
Sure, good
Now-
word. Now, at that point,
Good word.
that's when the taillight is removed, correct?
No.
Why?
It's not a good word, bro. It is the word. What do you mean? That's what it's called. It's not. I good word. They process it. Yeah. They process it, dude. That's what you do. You process the evidence. Test it. you do everything you need to do with it. You know what they didn't do with John O'Keefe on the medical examiner's table. You mean like that? What they didn't do?
No. Why would you say that? You still have another team that has to do some tests.
Okay.
That doesn't happen that way. Come on, Kev. You know better than that. Doesn't happen that way.
I don't think he
You read
does.
the reports. You would know exactly.
See, he's going to say I know better than that, but I mean, how the hell would I know what goes on in the processing of a vehicle?
By following literally any other fucking true crime case that went to trial. Literally any other fucking true crime case. Fucking any one of them. Dude, that's how you would know that. That's how you would know that. And by reading the documents, Plevin. Dude.
So that's involved in a vehicle or a homicide. How would I know that? I don't even think most cops would know that. Unless you're working homicide, how would you ever know something like that? But certainly I was never in law enforcement. All right. And so when he's accusing me of reading these things,
how would you know that if you're not a homicide cop? Well, I mean, shit, I could fucking tell you. I could just give one example. A robbery cop sitting in a bar with a homicide cop and talking and drinking beer. That's how you would know. Tell me about your case. Okay, well, I'll tell you about my case. This is what we did. We went there, we did this. We got a cert team, then we got a blah, 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 blah. This is how we got to this evidence. You wouldn't believe what the fuck happened in court today. I mean, like, cops know how shit works. Let's see. Look, pages 12 and 13 of the Commonwealth Statement of Case and number 12 in Karen's PCA discuss the CARS team report. It's like, there you go. There you go. Unreal. Guy is fantastic.
I think we got a super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat. Super chat. Super chat. Super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Wrestler's mom, thank you so much. It's making total sense why Plevin lives at home. His parents feel sorry for him. He's slow for real. I don't. That's the thing is, I don't think he's slow. I think he's just fucking, like I said, he's willfully ignorant. And thank you, Wrestler's mom. I appreciate it. And I don't blame you for thinking that. But he's not. I don't think he's slow. He's just willfully fucking ignorant. Like, I'm pointing out things that he seems to be deliberately overlooking in order to just counter anything that Sean says. Like, he's completely dismissing the fact that Sean pointed out he's
it seems deliberate that he's dismissing the fact that this Juanless guy was never documented anywhere in any of the documents. We don't see his name documented anywhere. Yet he comes forward and says that he's the one who removed the taillight from the car, from Karen's SUV. That's a problem. That's the problem. He's like, I don't see how it's relevant. Why is it relevant? It's relevant because it's undocumented. Because everything, if you expect it to be to hold any water in a court of law, it has to be documented. It has to go through a process. And that process didn't happen. And that is, again, a drop in the bucket of things that were not documented here in this case, or that the documentation seems to have just disappeared and is no longer existent, according to the Commonwealth. This is a trend in this case. It's a trend. When this was presented, that was such a bombshell. When Peter Murphy said this on Sean's live stream, it was such a bombshell because it was yet another thing that turned out to be undocumented in this investigation. We thought we were aware of everything that was undocumented. And yet here comes this person who comes forward saying that he removed the taillight, and we never heard of him. We have no fucking idea who he is. And if this guy is for real, you can fucking believe that the defense is going to put him on the stand.
You know, I read every document, but I haven't seen that. So I don't know what he's talking about when he says stuff like that.
That's the point.
I don't have the reports. I don't have those reports.
You accuse me of not reading reports. I can assure you, Kevin.
I've never accused Sean of not reading reports, so I don't know where he would get that. I don't even think that. I think Sean absolutely. I would never.
Right.
He goes over everything that you send him, including stuff that
you straight up said. Oh my God, I wish I had a timestamp for that. You straight up said, I am quoting you, that Sean does not read documents, that Sean hasn't read any documents. You accused him of not reading any documents. We all heard you. Everyone heard you say that shit. I wish I had a timestamp for it right now. I just don't. Suzanne, thank you so much. Plevin is being paid, pressured to push the lies and fabrications of the Commonwealth. Juanless was Canton PD and retired. Interesting. Very interesting. Now, I mean, I don't know if he's being paid and pressured, but the fact that he's just throwing that accusation around to everyone else makes me think that that's what's on his mind. So it's not, I mean, I have no proof of this, but I it's not difficult for me to believe that that's what Plevin's doing. But Plevin absolutely, and thank you so much, Suzanne. Plevin absolutely accused Sean of not reading documents. And then he turns around and says this.
maybe I read every document, but I haven't seen that and know something like that. But certainly I was never in law enforcement. All right. And so when he's accusing me of reading these things, I read every document, but I haven't seen that. So I don't know what he's talking about when he says stuff like that. I don't have the reports. I don't have those reports.
You accuse me of not reading reports. I can assure you, Kevin.
I've never.
He totally accused him of not reading the reports. As a matter of fact, he did it on that live stream before he brought Sean up.
Accused Sean of not reading reports, so I don't know where he would get that. I don't even think that. I think Sean absolutely. I would never. He goes over everything that you send him, including stuff that.
Bro,
you're lying, and you're a piece of shit.
Maybe shouldn't be sent to him. At least the rest of us don't have access to. I don't know.
I've read these reports many times. The cars, CARS team came in to do, and I'm going to tell you right now, they say reconstruction. You can't reconstruct something inside Canton PD garage and outside their driveway. That's not reconstruction. That's saying if the taillight, the backup thing was working. Nobody went to 34 Fairview and placed that car and placed the body on the lawn with measurements.
Why would they do that? I mean, I don't know exactly how these teams work. You bring in experts who look based on things like the dash cam footage and whatever, however else they've managed to document where the body was found. But bring the body back to the scene. I get, maybe he means bring a dummy back and lay it there. I mean, what would be the point of that? You'd have to find a dummy that weighed the same. It's just crazy. Nobody thinks that that's what goes on in an accident.
That's exactly what
and I don't
they
see
do.
any reason why you would have to.
It's not an accident reconstruction scene. It's not an accident reconstruction scene. It is a reconstruction scene where there is probably foul play involved. The reason why you would actually reenact this, you would actually reconstruct this, is so that you can prove beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law that Karen Reed was responsible for hitting John O'Keefe with her vehicle, and that is John O'Keefe's cause of death, and it was done maliciously. You have to be able to prove that. If you're going to charge her with second-degree murder, you have to be able to prove that. And that is exactly why you would absolutely go through those motions. So to sit there and go, I don't know why they would do that. I don't know. Dude, she's being charged with second-degree murder. Of course you're going to do that. If you're not doing that, you're not doing your job. If you're not taking every single absolute measure to prove to a jury beyond a reasonable doubt that Karen Reed is 100% solely beyond a reasonable doubt responsible for the death of John O'Keefe, and it was deliberate, you have to go through those motions. You have to be able to do that. So yes, that's why they would do it, Plevin.
Have to bring back Karen's SUV to do that either. You know, you have experts that know what the vehicle weighs, and they get the vehicle data, so they know when the brakes were applied, they know the speed, and they have whatever evidence they have from the scene, and they're able to make determinations on that. And they look at all that, but they don't need to go back to the scene to do that. So when I say,
you just said that you don't know what goes into investigating these things. You just said that. And here you are talking like all of a sudden, almost in the same breath, you're saying how these things are investigated. Okay, Plevin. Okay, buddy.
I say an accident reconstruction report. It has nothing to do with going back to 34 Fairview to do that. They go back. I mean, they go back there without the SUV and without a body, and they take, you know, they mark things off and get, you know, I'm sure there were teams of specialists, probably the cars team, but I don't really know. I can't tell you how it works, but there are just common sense. There are teams of specialists that do this in every hit and run case. And there's no reason to expect that the lead trooper does this. That's not what his training is. That's what the specialists do. Just like the trooper is not doing the forensic analysis.
And that's Sean's argument, is that it didn't happen. And it didn't happen in a manner in which whatever is discovered is credible. Because if the taillight was removed and that wasn't documented, then you've got shit for evidence. You've got nothing. This is fascinating.
Just on the phone.
There is absolutely no reconstruction of that hit and run. No way. I defy them to show it that. I defy them.
That's crazy. There's no way you go to trial. And maybe we're quibbling over the word reconstruction. But if he's trying to say that there's no report by experts that gives a very specific theory about how the accident or the homicide occurred, that's absurd. You don't go to trial.
I agree with you. It's absolutely fucking absurd that you would go to trial without this, but yet they're still going to trial without sharing discovery with the defense. They're still going to trial with Jen McCabe's phone search. They're still going to trial with no theory. They're still going to trial with no document with no documentation on how they found the pieces of the tail light. They're still going to trial with no documentation of how the tail light was removed and examined and processed. They're still going to trial with all of these things that it seems absolutely absurd that any prosecuting team would go to trial with. That's the problem here, Plevin. That is exactly the issue. I am absolutely in agreement with you when you say it is absolutely absurd that they would go to trial without having a cert team and having all of these processing and reconstruction things going on. Of course, it's absurd that they would go to trial without these things, but it's also absurd that they would go to trial with many of the other things, with all of the other things that we have been talking about this entire time as to why it is absurd that they're going to trial with this.
Trial without having a very specific theory put together by experts. If this was a gunfight out there, you would have ballistic experts,
right,
identifying where the bullets were found,
right,
and what kind of guns were used and stuff like that. It wouldn't be the lead trooper doing it; it would be the ballistics expert.
Right, exactly.
I'm willing to discuss all those things, Sean, and I know.
Okay, but that's the fucking problem. Why is the lead trooper collecting and discovering all of this evidence on his own and undocumented? Why is that happening? That is the question, Plevin. You're proving Sean's argument yourself by running your mouth. You're proving Sean's argument, my argument, everyone's argument. Why in the fuck are they going to trial with this shit? Why in the fuck is Trooper Proctor doing crime scene investigators' jobs? That's the question.
Do you have a report of the reconstruction? No, I'm asking a question.
No, please.
No, I'm asking you. You said they reconstructed that access scene on 34th. Have you seen it? Should be very simple. You should see a diagram.
Nobody has
seen
seen
a body on the.
None of us would have seen whatever the report is, the specifics of it. None of us could have seen it.
Bullshit. Because as I stated before, in the charging documents, those things are also known as probable cause affidavits, right? A charging document is the equivalent to a probable cause affidavit, meaning that you have to be able to present probable cause as to why. You have to point out, like if you read Brian Kohberger's arrest probable cause affidavit, they go in full detail as to why they have eliminated anyone else from being the person that is their target of their investigation. They explain in detail. They explain the DNA on the knife sheath. They explain the cell phone data. They explain the GPS. They explain everything. They explain who they got to examine it. The officer's name and badge number. There are multiple reports written by different investigators in the Brian Kohberger probable cause affidavit. That stuff would be in her charging documents. If they absolutely actually investigated these things, and there were all of these different professionals that are not Proctor and not Buchanan, then they would absolutely have that in the charging documents. It's the same thing. I mean, you can reference Turtle Boy's charging documents. Turtle Boy's charging documents come with video titles and timestamps and every single thing that they've gotten to that they feel is enough to indict Turtle Boy. Even though we saw that they're bullshit, but they still went into these details, right? Those details are missing from Karen Reed's investigation. From John O'Keefe's murder investigation, those details are missing. Why? That's the problem. Why? Why isn't there theory put in the charging documents? Why isn't there a process in as to eliminating any possible person that could have been responsible for John O'Keefe's death? And why they narrowed it down to simply Karen Reed? Why isn't that expressed in detail in her charging documents? That's the question you should be asking.
Okay, that's impounded evidence. That's something we'll see at trial. But the idea that there is no such a report is crazy. And of course, I never looked for it in discovery because the idea that it wouldn't be there is absurd. But since this, over the last couple of days, I looked for it. It was easy to find.
On the lawn.
No, nobody has seen that. Nobody has seen that except for
the prosecution's entire case against Karen Reed goes as follows. She was drunk. She was angry. Called him a bunch of times. Said, "I hate you." In voicemails, text messages, whatever. And DNA on the car and pieces of a taillight on his clothing, all of which can have holes poked all the way through them. I mean, there's no denying this. Their entire case is at best circumstantial, at best. But it doesn't matter because even the circumstantial evidence that was collected can be discredited in court easily by the defense. The defense can absolutely just shoot it down. They have nothing solid against Karen Reed, and yet they're moving forward with trial anyway.
And they did a reconstruction.
Of course.
And who told you?
I was told that they have a reconstruction, but I was not told in any way what's in it. And
The way they classified it in the report.
And I've said before.
Told by who?
The only question that I was ever able to get, and this was not through Elizabeth Proctor. I've never got anything. I've never asked a question to Michael Proctor through Elizabeth.
So who'd you get
I
it
had
through?
A handful of communications with her.
I challenge you to back up that statement. You were told by who? Told by who that there was a reconstruction that took place? Who told you this, Kevin? I'd love to know.
But none of them were anything like, and none of them involved evidence or anything to do with the they involved the turtle mob and the harassment and stuff like that and what went on in the house. But I do have someone that bumps into him from time to time, and I was able to get one question, but the question was not something that would violate any confidentiality. I said, does the state have a reconstruction theory as to what happened at the scene? And are they confident in it? But they had a one-word answer, yes. That's it. But there's no violation of anything there. That piece of shit. Be like asking Lally in a murder case, is there a theory of murder? And he'd say, yeah, of course. That's it. I mean, it's really common sense anyways, but
no, it's not common sense because you sound completely full of shit. Like it took you forever to paint that picture of a scenario. I talked to this person and I asked them a simple yes or no question that was there a reconstruction of the and it's really funny that he had this specific question that counters Sean's statement, because he didn't bring it up. Sean brought it up. Sean said there was no reconstruction of this. And it wasn't until after they were already arguing about it, and Sean put him on the spot and said, you said that there was no reconstruction of this. Or that there was. Sorry. So Sean is just calling him on his bullshit. And so now he's like, oh, well, no, I talked to somebody. And there definitely was a reconstruction. Definitely was a reconstruction. What do you mean? Now all of a sudden, now you have this source? Why didn't you say that at the beginning of the argument?
Reports is that the reconstruction team did backups with dummies, and they verified that the bells and whistles when she.
Those reports are the only part in the charging document that talk about the work of the cars team, and that is only as they were testing the vehicle to make sure all of her sensors and alarms worked. So in other words, if she's backing up, would the alarms go off? That's it.
She backed up with an operable condition.
But where
that
have you
is not
seen
a reconstruction.
That sounds like discovery evidence.
Right. That's not a reconstruction. Now you're just fucking arguing just to argue. Okay, well, that sounds like discovery evidence. We haven't seen all the evidence. We haven't seen it all. No. They would absolutely say, like, why are you're sitting here again, you're arguing with yourself, Plevin. You're making your own points against yourself. You're saying that you read in the charging documents that the CERT team did this, and that. And Sean is going, yeah, that's not a reconstruction. Why would they put that? Why would they say that they would check the alarms and, you know, the bells and whistles of the electronics and the black box and whatever the fuck, the equivalent to a black box? Why would they say that they checked those things, but they would not state that they reconstructed the scene? If they reconstructed the scene, why would that not be in the charging document, but the other stuff that you just talked about was? Why aren't you asking that question? Why would they save that for impounded discovery? That makes no sense. They have to give probable cause in the charging documents. The charging documents must contain probable cause. And if there was no reconstruction there, and if reconstruction is actually going to show proof that Karen Reed is guilty of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt, that would absolutely be in the charging documents, and how they got that would be in the charging documents. The road to getting there would be in the charging documents.
Evidence. I don't have access.
No, it's not discovery, Kevin. You said you read the reports.
Right.
You're either lying or you forgot.
And this is
Now,
where
let's put
Plevin
this
gets
on the
pissed.
scene.
Hold on. This is where Plevin gets pissed right there. You're either lying or you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And now he's cornered with that shit because you said you read the reports and there's nothing in their charging documents about this reconstruction that you're talking about. So again, why would this part of the investigation be in the charging documents, but the reconstruction wouldn't be included in the charging documents? That makes no sense. So you said you read the documents. Now you're either lying or you're full of shit, or you just don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And this is where Plevin gets pissed.
It's in the charging document.
Listen, yes, and he is correct about that. You try. Sometimes you don't hear everything all the time, but he is correct that's in the charging document. So he was accurate on that. Okay. Hold on a second. Please, Sean, please. Yes, I read that report.
And you read about the dummies. You read about the dummies.
Please let me finish the sentence. And again, I'm going to apologize for the moment of losing my temper there, but it becomes very, very difficult if somebody is going to interrupt you continuously and you can never finish a sentence. It's a very, if you've ever been in that situation, it's a very frustrating feeling. We've all interrupted people at different times, but this is a habit of talking with Sean. Now, we all do it when we get excited. So maybe he's excited or upset here or something like that, but it becomes really, really difficult to have that conversation.
Okay.
All right. Yes, I read that report, and that report was just to show that her systems were in working order. So basically, when she puts it in reverse, the bells and whistles are going to go off to warn her that there's an object in her way. That's it. That's not an accident reconstruction report.
But that's how they classified it, Kevin. That's exactly how it's classified.
When I say I haven't read the accident reconstruction report, I'm only talking about...
That's because it didn't happen. That's Sean's argument. The accident reconstruction report, it doesn't exist because the accident reconstruction didn't happen. That's Sean's point. It didn't happen. It would be in the charging documents.
About the theory of the accident, about what happened, how John was injured, and how the tailor was born. I have not read that. And if you've read,
it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
Of course, which is crazy.
Okay.
And how could you? What basis would you have for saying it doesn't?
I'll tell
exist?
you why. Because I've done 50 accident reconstructions in my career. All right. Let me ask you a question.
Well, I mean, the question would be then, if he's done 50 accident reconstructions in his career, was there ever a time when a prosecutor went to trial and didn't have one of those? I know it's hard to ask everything. I wish I could have asked him that. But
again, I wish you would have asked him that too, because again, that's Sean's point. Who would go to trial without that? Have you ever seen a case where they went to trial without this? If Sean is telling you I've done 50 of them, right? Why? Why in the fuck? It makes no sense, dude. It makes no sense that this didn't happen. That's why he's saying it doesn't exist, because it didn't happen. It should have happened, but it didn't. What other case was there where this didn't happen? You're agreeing with each other and you don't even realize it. Or you're realizing it and this is what pisses you off, because you're coming to the same conclusion and yet you're sitting here going, no. You're stuck on the idea like, okay, well, it has to exist and we just haven't seen it. No, it would be in the charging document. If an accident reconstruction took place, it would be in the charging document.
It absolutely exists. The state's not going to trial.
Do they have a picture of John
Sean, hold on a second, Sean. Sean, hold on a second. I want to keep this civil, but that's not normal. All right, listen. I know you're tired, but listen. What you just said is not normal.
Okay, hold on.
I'm asking a question. Please, listen. If you're going to keep interrupting me, I'm going to have to let you go because I can't take it anymore. You're interrupting me. I can't even finish a fucking sentence, dude. Shut the fuck up. All right. So again, I apologize for losing my temper there. It's just a matter of building. It's very exasperating to keep trying to talk and someone interrupts you.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. He cornered you where you had to ask yourself the very question that you were forced to ask yourself, and you were trying to weasel your way out of it, and he wasn't letting you do that. That's what happened. You got pissed off. You got pissed off and lost your shit. That's why you got frustrated, not because you were being interrupted. You were interrupting him. You were trying to get some sort of, hold on. Let me think. You've got me to where I have no bullshit to come up with against this. I have no bullshit against this. So give me a second while I think of some. And he wasn't letting you do that. And so you lost your shit. That's what happened. Let's listen to that one more time.
Exists. The state's not going to trial.
Do they have a picture of John?
Sean, hold on a second, Sean. Sean, hold on a second. I want to keep this civil, but
do you have a picture of John on the lawn? Was that picture ever taken place? Did that picture ever take place? We'll never know. We'll never know. So that's a great question.
But that's not normal. All right, listen, I know you're tired, but listen, what you just said is not normal.
The gaslighting right there. I know you're tired. I know you're tired. Like he didn't say anything about being tired. Man didn't say nothing about being tired. He's coming at you on all cylinders. He's not tired. He wants you to fucking answer the question. He wants you to face the fact that there's no reconstruction that took place. And he's explaining to you why you know this.
Normal.
Okay, hold on.
I'm asking a question. Please, listen. If you're going to keep interrupting me, I'm going to have to let you go because I can't take it anymore. You're interrupting me. I can't. Please, listen. If you're going to keep interrupting, what you just said is not normal.
Okay, hold on. I'm asking a question.
Please, listen. If you're going to keep interrupting,
he's saying, "I'm asking you a question." He wants the answer to that. Where's the pictures of John O'Keefe? Because even still, there's no way to know that those pictures aren't doctored. Let's say there are pictures of John O'Keefe laying on that lawn. If the defense presents to a jury that there's no metadata available to prove their authenticity, the device no longer exists that took the pictures. What device was used? An iPhone. Is that standard for collecting evidence? No. So that's the inevitability of where that conversation was about to go. Plevin knew this, lost his temper.
interrupting me, I'm gonna have to let you go because I can't take it anymore. You're interrupting me. I can't even finish a fucking sentence, dude. Shut the fuck up. All right. So again, I apologize for losing my temper there. It's just a matter of building. It's very exasperating to keep trying to talk and someone interrupts you at every step of the way. And some of what was going on in it were kind of, he's saying one thing and I'm not quite hearing it and whatever. But there's also mixed signals there. He's trying to say there's no accident reconstruction. Does that even seem to pass the smell test to you?
No.
Because
no, that's the point.
It doesn't make sense. Of
Agreed.
course, there's an accident reconstruction. You're not going to go to trial without an accident reconstruction theory of what happened. It may.
Right. That would be in the charging documents. That would absolutely be in the charging documents, but it's not.
You're going to have to sit down. We'll have to sit down and listen. It's the jury's responsibility, but we're going to have to listen and we'll decide if the accident reconstruction theory that we're presented at trial, is it convincing?
No. No, it's the prosecution's responsibility because they can't just pull up at the trial and then say all of a sudden, hey, there's an accident reconstruction that we'd like to present to the jury. That wouldn't happen. You know why that wouldn't happen? Because that has never been presented to the defense. They can't just roll that shit out into the trial. Surprise, surprise. Here's an accident reconstruction. The defense is going to jump up and go, hey, whoa, wait a minute. We weren't made aware of this. When did this reconstruction take place? There's nothing documented about an accident reconstruction. So no, that doesn't, like, Plevin's theory here is that, oh, well, they're saving it. It's their ace in the hole, and they're saving it for when it comes to trial. We don't know. Bullshit. That's the heart of their case right there. There's no way that would fly in court. You cannot just roll up all of a sudden and just roll that out. Your Honor, I'd like to submit Exhibit P, the accident reconstruction. Wait, what? Yannetti and Jackson. Did you hear about this? I didn't hear about this. Your Honor, Objection. Why weren't we presented with this? Shouldn't this have been put in the charging documents? I mean, it's just not going to roll up. That's not going to be a surprise gotcha. This guy doesn't even watch enough court like dramatizations on TV. Fake court. They don't even do that in fake court. Like in dramatizations, they even go, hey, like on Law and Order. Like they even do that. They go, we'd like to present this, and then the defense will just jump up and be like, no, Your Honor, objection. We were not made aware of this evidence. And then the judge will be like, well, it's not admissible then. That's it. Done. Yeah, trials by ambush. It's not, it doesn't fly. The fuck are you talking about, dude?
Convincing. Does it convince us? You know, we don't know yet because we have no idea what it is. But the idea that they don't have it is crazy. You're going to sit before a jury.
I completely agree.
And not have it. That's all I was trying to say. And he seems to be kind of trying to say both things here. He's trying to say first that
now,
the only thing that they
I would argue that Sean would have probably made more headway in his debate with Kevin if he would have done the same thing. If he would have said, I agree with you. Why didn't it happen? You know, like if Sean would have just been like, yeah, exactly. That's exactly my point. That it is absurd that they would go to trial without this. That's exactly, we're making the same point. We're totally in agreement with each other. It is absurd that they would go to trial without this, but they're doing it anyway.
What they're calling the accident reconstruction theory is simply when they took out and tested the vehicle to make sure that the alarms were working and the sensors were working, and they used dummies to test that. But that has nothing to do with it. That's what's listed in the charging document. But for whatever reason, the state doesn't tell in the charging document what its theory is of how specifically John was killed. But that's not unusual because,
well, here's
if you
the
listen
thing.
to other attorneys who have experience of it,
in the charging document, they would have to present it more as more than just a theory. They'd have to say, this is what happened, and this is how we got to the point to where we know we can prove it. This is where we got to the point to where we concluded. We as investigators concluded that Karen Reed hit John O'Keefe with her vehicle and did so intentionally and drove away and then came back and acted like the world was ending for the sake of dramatics and look innocent. And this is why we came to this conclusion. That is exactly what's required to be in the charging documents, yet it's not there. So there's no theory. He's stating right now that there's no theory. That's because you need more than a theory. You need indisputable proof. You need to be able to say, this is what we plan on presenting to a jury to prove that this person, beyond a reasonable doubt, is guilty of this crime. To prove that her rights are not being violated, to prove that you are acting in the interest of getting John O'Keefe justice and no other interest whatsoever than that. But that doesn't seem to be the case here. There is so much evidence here to indicate that that is not the Commonwealth's interest. The Commonwealth's interest is not to get John O'Keefe justice, but to convict Karen Reed. That is not in the pursuit of justice. That is in the pursuit of winning. And that is exactly the case that Jackson and Yannetti presented in their motion to dismiss and disqualify. They are not. Their actions in handling this case have not been in the interest of getting justice for the victim, but in the interest of convicting a woman,
of the crime.
Of this, trial lawyers, defense attorneys, they'll tell you the state generally gives you what it needs in order to get this to trial.
Right.
They don't. The reason is they don't want to tip off their hand any more than they need to when it comes to.
It's not a poker game, dude. It's not a poker game. They have to present to the defense. The defense has to be made aware of everything that they plan on presenting to a jury. That's how it works. You're acting like this is how I mean, the law doesn't work that way, dude, where they get to fucking come in there and just dropping bombs. Another one, where the defense is going, oh shit. Where is all this evidence coming from? Oh my God, what are we supposed to do with all this overwhelming evidence that we were not made aware of? And then the jury is just going to sit there and accept this shit. You know, like they're just going to drop bomb after bomb and the jury's going to be like, no, that's not how that shit works. That is not how that shit works. The defense has the right to know what she's being accused of and why she's being accused of it. That's why it's called probable cause. Probable cause is the why. Probable cause is the why is she being accused. When you don't have the why, you don't have a case to present in trial, which is why everybody's going, why the fuck is this going to trial?
The defense team. So, for instance, I've told this story before, but we have some new people here, and I'll say it again. And this is a learning process for all of us, right? And that's why it's great to do this. But one of the original parts of this story of the Karen Read conspiracy theory was the gap in the library video. And so we had been hearing that there was a gap from 1237 to 1239 that when Karen would have driven by the library going home after the accident. And that seemed really suspicious, right? So I think it was the June hearing, Alan Jackson made a big deal about it. And he said, there's a gap in the library. Why were we not giving all the footage? And so I was waiting on the edge of my seat to see what Prosecutor Lally would say. And Lally just stood up and he said, well, I don't know what to tell you, but you got the same video we got. Okay. And I was very unsatisfied by that at the time. I was like, wow, I mean, Lally is just satisfied by this missing video footage. What I didn't understand was there's no missing video footage. These are motion triggered cameras. So what happened was no vehicle went by the library at that time. Now, I don't know this from any inside information. It's just a matter of common sense and piecing it together. Now, we know there were basically two ways Karen could have gone home, and that's just one. The other one was to go by Cassie's Corner convenience store, and there is video listed in Discovery from Cassie's Corner convenience store. We don't know what's in that video. And there is also another time when Karen drove by Cassie's when she went out again at 5. So we don't know if that's the way she went home. But logically, that's what happened. She went home that way. Why didn't Lally say that in the June hearing? Because they're not required to give the defense team their interpretation or analysis of those videos. They're only required to turn over the evidence in Discovery. So they do have to give expertise that may have been opined by, for instance, the say the Cars team. So things like that.
Right there, he acknowledges the fact that this stuff has to be presented in Discovery. But he's failing to acknowledge the fact, he's deliberately failing, I have to say this, because he's sitting here stating that it has to be presented in Discovery. He's acknowledging the fact that this has to be presented in Discovery. But he's failing to acknowledge, and I believe it's deliberate, that the prosecution has failed to share Discovery with the defense. That's a problem. There's no ace up their sleeve type situation that's going to be allowed. That's not how trial works.
Because those go into reports and all of those reports. But what the prosecution's analysis and theories of this stuff as they look at it, they're not required to give any of that. All right, we're almost, and again, I apologize.
Wait, what?
For losing my temper with Sean that moment. Theories of this stuff, what the prosecution's analysis and theories of this stuff as they look at it, they're not required to give any of that.
Yeah, they are. It's called discovery.
All right, we're almost, and again, I apologize for losing my temper with Sean that moment. We're almost to the end of this. Right? Now listen to me. Okay. There is an accident reconstruction. Okay? The state is not going to go to trial without a theory of what happened in the accident. That's absurd. And this is the problem. You say too many absurd things. We don't know what it is. Now, maybe you know if you have access to Karen's discovery evidence, but I don't.
Dude. Go back to sleep, bro. Seriously, go back to sleep. Because those of us who have been awake and paying attention this entire time understand the fact that, yes, they're not going to there has been a motion filed by the defense to dismiss this case and disqualify the Norfolk County DA's office because they are going to trial without grounds to go to trial, without anything tangible to go to trial with. That's exactly why this motion has been filed. They're being accused of this. And you're sitting there going, oh my God, there's no way that they would do that. Right. That's the whole point. Everybody is going, why the fuck are they going to trial with this? They don't have anything. That's why we're all going, this is fucking crazy. This is clearly a violation of Karen Reed's rights. This is why people are saying she's innocent. One of the reasons, just one of the reasons why people are saying she's innocent. Excuse me. So you're sitting here and you're saying there's no way, and I agree with you. Everybody here agrees with you. There's no way. Why would they do that? But they are doing it. That's the exact issue. This is why we're all here, Plevin. This is why we're all here. Because they are moving forward with this trial, despite the fact that they have jack shit. That's the problem. That's why there has been a motion filed to dismiss the case. That is why there has been a motion filed to disqualify Michael Morrissey's office from this case.
And the state's not leaking that, and we're not going to see it till trial. But don't say that there's no accident reconstruction, because you wouldn't even be going to trial if they didn't have that. No, but I really would like to focus on the taillight, because
No,
this is
no.
what we talked about tonight.
I want to address that.
Okay, go
You
ahead.
know how you reconstruct an accident, right? And Breen will tell you this. Did you see any pictures of John's body on the lawn?
No.
It doesn't.
Why would there be pictures of John's body on the lawn? Okay, John was alive when the first responders got there. There's no one out there taking pictures. They're hurrying to save his life.
Yes. All right. So when I did reconstructions, right, you had the cars at the scene, you had the dead body under a cover. You take measurements to precisely show on a diagram where.
The only thing I can think of is that Sean has forgot that John was alive. I don't know. Just like he forgot that Karen and John arrived at the same time as the truck that Ryan Nagel.
Where the body, where the evidence, like the taillight, like the pieces, how they are married up to a known reference point that when you come back in 10 years, if they have to, you can put all the pieces together. I'll bet you $100 right now that they never did that. Because you know why? They can't put John's body where they found it.
They never did it because John was alive and they were trying to save his life.
Can't put the taillight pieces where they found it because there's no document.
Now, that's the thing, though. Is Plevins not wrong about that? Okay? He's not wrong about that. Like, that's actually a very valid argument, what he's saying right now. He's saying that they wouldn't take pictures of a dead body if he's not dead. Right? So, well, okay, Suzanne, you're saying John was dead when they arrived. He had no pulse, no respirations. They always take pics, even when clinging to life. Plevin has no education, experience, and evidence. Now, I don't know. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if they would take pictures in the heat of everything and in the excitement of everything, trying to save his life. Clever, you got to get down, buddy. And I don't want you to get hurt because you have stitches. Please go lie down. I know, buddy. I know you want to go to bed. I know. But right, exactly. See, that's the thing. I was just going to get to that. So that's a fair argument that they would not take pictures if they were trying to save his life. But once he was pronounced dead, now that whole area should have been taped off. It wasn't. That whole area should have been taped off from the moment that they saw him lying there, because that is a possible homicide. If he's unresponsive and he's a police officer, and in the interest of getting justice, just in case, what you do is absolutely clever. Hold on a second. Sorry, he's getting restless and he's like pulling at my cords and but you've got basically a potential homicide. So even though they may not have taken pictures of his unresponsive body laying in the snow, once he was taken away, there should have been markers where his body was. And I'm not saying that didn't happen, but there should have been markers where his body was and pictures taken of where his body was. His cell phone lying there. If he was found on his back and his cell phone underneath, that should have been taken. There should have been pictures taken of that. All of that stuff should have been absolutely documented. But the problem is that there is not going to be the device made available to whatever took those pictures, and there is not going to be any metadata to connect that device with those pictures, if those pictures exist. So therefore, those pictures don't exist. That's just the bottom line. That's the conclusion right there. If you cannot prove the authenticity of those photographs and the timestamp of when those photographs were taken, if you cannot prove that to a jury, then those photographs are non-existent. They are pointless. They are nothing. They are poof, bullshit.
Documentation. And if you can't document where the evidence was found, you can't fully reconstruct an accident scene. They don't even know where the car was at.
It couldn't
That's
be
how
any
I know,
clearer.
Kevin, because I've done it. I've done 50.
It couldn't be any more clearer what Sean is explaining and how. That's it. That's it. It doesn't matter if you cannot provide the documentation. If you cannot do this, where there are no questions raised as to the handling of any of this evidence that's collected, if you cannot do this, well, then that evidence is null and void. It's no good. It's bullshit. It's bunk. It's a wazi. It's a woozy. It's a fugazi. It's nothing. It's not fucking real. It doesn't exist.
If the accident reconstruction, I went to school for. Correct.
Sean, let me ask you just a quick question. Have you read the entire medical examiner's report?
I have not. I
Why
never
not?
had access to it. Never.
Why not? Because you never had access to it. Exactly. That's why we haven't read the accident reconstruction report, because we have not had access to it. I haven't, you haven't.
I'm telling you as a professional.
Okay? Or you
I'm
should.
telling you as a professional. I'm telling you as a professional.
You
It
don't
would be
know.
impossible.
You
It
can't
would
talk
be-
about what you don't know.
Is there a
can't
picture
talk
of
about what
John
you
on that
don't know.
ground? Do they have a picture where the evidence was found and located and measured? No, they don't.
I don't have access to the discovery materials. I don't have. It wasn't me that released it.
What Sean is trying to explain to you, Plevin, is very simple. It doesn't matter. Even if you've seen the photos, even if the photos are available, you cannot verify the authenticity of these photographs because the device no longer exists. Neither does the metadata. The authenticity is gone, which means that the evidence, the photographs mean dick. Nothing. They're nothing. There are no pictures. Even if you show me those pictures mean nothing. They are not evidence.
The dash cam.
Remember
picture. That
tonight.
was you.
Remember tonight. Just remember tonight.
All right. This was pretty much the end of it. So we'll just cut that out there. It ended a few seconds later. But again, it doesn't make any sense. There's no way that the state is taking pictures and doing measurements with John's body.
That would be amazing. That would be amazing. What I would love is that Ken Mello, wouldn't that be fucking beautiful? Aaron, wouldn't that be fucking beautiful? If Ken Mello has engaged in so much nefarious shit at this point that the feds got to him and said, dude, listen, what you've done is basically a crime. So you're going to tell us everything about where your orders are coming from in the Commonwealth's office, in the Norfolk County DA's office. You're going to give us everything, or we're going to charge you with misconduct. Your career is going to be fucked. There's only one way to save your career is to cooperate with us. That would be fucking fantastic, but it's not a perfect world.
His body while he's lying there in this, and they're trying to save his life. It's crazy. And the only people that were there were root cops and the first responders, the fire department guys, the paramedics. These root cops aren't trained in homicide detection, but they wouldn't have been out there taking.
And Plevin stated on Twitter, I think it was, where he said multiple EMTs heard Karen Reed say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. He said that a bunch of first responders heard her. No, there was one first responder that stated this. One. Not a bunch, not multiple, not several. One first responder stated this.
Taking pictures anyways. They did the best that they could, and they seem to have made a pretty good effort. For instance, putting the blood in the soul cups in the case it belonged to someone else. And so, I mean, but it just doesn't make sense. So what I was trying to say to Sean was, he hasn't seen those pictures that they might have gone later and try to map out exactly where John was, because nobody has seen those pictures except for Karen's defense team.
The pictures don't matter.
And John, I mean, in the prosecution.
The pictures don't matter.
So I have never once been given any indication from any possible connections about what the crime scene, what the accident theory is. All right. I put out an animation months ago that I had made in Pakistan. It was a theory. And in hindsight, it seems to have maybe been wrong. I was trying to make sense of the fact that John's injuries, he's got, from what we know, we don't have the medical examiner's report, but we know that there's a gash in the back of his head that broke bones, that caused very serious injuries to his skull. And we know there's the scratches on the right arm. And it doesn't seem to be much more, but again, we don't know. I don't, and I'm not a medical examiner, but I'm assuming that a medical examiner takes a body and puts it through, in a situation like that, through an X-ray machine, right, to get to see if there are any broken bones. Maybe there are, right? Maybe John's arm.
You would also think that a medical examiner might just, I don't know, sample some of the wounds because he's a police officer, so that those samples could be tested for DNA, for asphalt, for, I mean, anything. But samples were not taken from his arm. So, yeah, this is a problem. This is a problem. So, yeah, you're sitting here going, yeah, I would imagine the medical examiner would put the body through an X-ray machine, or sure, there's a lot of things that you would expect the medical examiner to do, which the medical examiner did not do. And we don't even need a full report to know it, because we know that the medical examiner admits to not even taking samples of the wounds off John's arm. So who doesn't do that? Why isn't that done?
Was broken. I'm not saying it is. I have no idea. So for me, if it was true that the only serious injury he had was on the back of his head, I had a hard time explaining that. But if you go back and look closely, you'll see that the charging document does list, it's only in a couple of sentences, but that there were traumatic injuries to the pancreas and one of the other organs. So it seems, I guess, to me now that she backed into him at high speed. It knocked him back, which means he must have had to hit his head on something. Behind him in that spot was an electrical box and the fire hydrant. And then, of course, there's kind of there's a mulchy area around some bushes and a tree right there. Is there rocks in there? I have no idea. This is something the state will have to present to the jury in the trial, and whether it's convincing or not, we'll see. So my idea at the time was that maybe John was bent over, picking up. I thought maybe he reached my thing. So we know that Jen McCabe texted him at.
Okay. Yeah. Folks, we all know what Plevin's theory is, because this makes perfect sense. Go! Plevin, killing me, dude. All right. Wow. Damn, Microdots, you got here a little late. I've had my fill of Plevinisms this evening. But we're nowhere near done. As long as he keeps doing this, I'm going to keep doing it because it's just too fucking fun. But it's good to see you, Microdots. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me for this long and so late. Man, it's crazy. And those of you who got to get up tomorrow, man, or this morning, you lost an hour, and I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me, man. I had a blast. I love hanging out with you guys, and I was really looking forward to it, and I thought it would go this well, and it did go well, and I'm really, really grateful to you guys for hanging out with me this late. Yeah. So I'm sure I'll go live before then, but Tuesday I'm definitely planning Tuesday to stream the Karen Reed hearing, and hopefully As Turtle Boy mentioned, hopefully him and I will touch base, and we can work out a way for us to be covering it together. So I would really enjoy that, and I hope that works out. But guys, you guys are amazing, man. I really appreciate all you guys liking the video and subscribing. Those of you who are new subscribers, thank you. And if you're watching on Twitter and you're not subscribed already here on YouTube, just come on over to the YouTube channel and hit the like and subscribe to me. Because my days on Twitter might be numbered because I just don't fucking give a shit about Twitter. But I appreciate you guys hanging out with me and all the support. You guys are just fantastic. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna wrap this up. I love you guys very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.